Good afternoon. I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Mike Joyce, tracking a severe thunderstorm that has developed across Licking County. Right here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for nearly all of Licking County. We can see that this storm has really developed quickly within the last 20 minutes or so, from just a quick shower on the southern fringe of Knox County into this full-fledged severe storm that is now impacting Granville, about to impact Newark and Heath, back towards Pataskala, getting some very heavy rain, and even New Albany, and this small portion of northeastern Franklin County that includes New Albany and the eastern side of Westerville over near the Hoover Reservoir and points east. You are also in that severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to continue to track this. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect because of the potential for $half sized hail. And this severe thunderstorm warning is going to run until 6 o'clock. So we will have to see if this storm is going to end up pushing down to the south to spots like Buckeye Lake. So Buckeye Lake, you are in the warning as well if anyone's been out enjoying this beautiful day, and maybe folks are out for a walk or maybe a hike today. If you know anybody in the path of this, again, southern Licking County, if you're along I-70, we will see that risk for severe thunderstorms increasing rapidly over the next 20 minutes or so. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is going to run until 6 o'clock. And it does stretch all the way back. At least this storm stretches all the way back into Coshocton County. The severe portion of the storm is not in Coshocton County, but we do see that that storm has really fired up. And the reason why this is happening is we have a strong cold front that's marching across northern Ohio right now. So places like Mansfield and Marion are already cooling down quite a bit. Here in Columbus, we still have temperatures in the 80s and plenty of gusty southerly wind that is fueling these storms. In fact, we just had a gust up to 35 miles per hour in Newark, which is also a risk from this storm. We could have some strong gusts coming out of this on top of that. 31 mile per hour gust in the city, Lancaster at 25 miles per hour. But these impressive temperatures are still causing a fuel for these thunderstorms to develop ahead of the front. But it's already cooled down quite a bit. Delaware, you're at 72. That's very warm for this time of year, but it's a big difference from the 84 that we have downtown. 83 in Newark. I bet you that's going to be dropping into the 60s very soon with that storm on the way. Lancaster at 82, Circleville 84, and London at 84 degrees as well. So why don't we get back to that thunderstorm? This storm, of course, is primarily impacting Licking County at the moment. So let me pull that back up here on the screen for you. Take 1 second to load. And there it is. Okay, so this is the storm. What I want to do is I actually want to turn the lightning off, because this is going to help me better see where I think the greater chance for hail is. So we just got a new radar scan. Let me point that out. So where we're seeing the pink here on radar, that's going to be where the chance of $quarter to $half sized hail will be. So this is going to be along State Route 13 north of Newark near St. Louisville. Utica, you should be in the clear, but we'll be looking to see if there's any damage there. And then US 62, it's just south of that point. Granville, Denison University, those are some spots that are going to need to be taking shelter from this storm. Away from windows, this is not a tornado situation, thankfully. But large hail is potentially very impactful. A large hailstone can certainly cause injury to the head or other parts of the body, and to vehicles and roofs as well. So we're going to be watching out for that. Again, the hail threat is going to be right here along State Route 13, I should say, and then south of 62. This does stretch all the way back to south of Johnstown. So Pataskala, you're just outside of it right now, but if you're in Pataskala, you are in the warning, so I would be mindful of that. Granville, you are certainly in the warning, as is Newark and Heath. Again, this is going to be running until 6 p.m. tonight because of that threat for $half size hail. Anywhere where we see pink on the radar, that is picking up a very large hail signature. And half-dollar size hail, not very common in this part of the country, and certainly not very common in March. But with how warm it's been today, there is a ton of energy for early spring storms to fire up. You know, this is only the second full day of spring, so we are certainly getting our fair share of spring weather on the way. But yes, I would not advise travel along State Route 13 right now between Newark and Utica. You are going to get pounded with hail just outside of St. Louisville. So why don't we step off and zoom out just a little bit to see some other locations that may be impacted by severe weather. Again, if you're in Franklin County, you may have gotten a notice for a severe thunderstorm warning, but most of Franklin County, I would say about 95% of Franklin County is in the clear right now. So if you're in Hilliard, Dublin, Worthington, Columbus, Grove City, Groveport, Canal Winchester, you're okay. This is right now mostly an issue just to the east of New Albany. Even New Albany is pretty much just seeing some moderate rain, thunder, and lightning. And we should certainly be indoors when lightning is occurring for safety reasons, of course. But the severe portion of the storm, I do believe, is back in Licking County. So again, north of Pataskala. So Pataskala, you'll have to watch out. Granville right now, we need to be indoors. Lots of lightning and hail. And right along State Route 13, that's where that hail core is right now. But for the most part, Franklin County and the vast majority of our central Ohio viewing area is still in pretty good shape right now. So the storms are firing up. And this does stretch all the way back to the east. So if you're in Coshocton County, things are looking that they're developing rapidly as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another severe thunderstorm warning issued, maybe for southern Coshocton County, and then we'll have to watch out in Muskingum County as well. So if you live in Zanesville or Frazeysburg, Dresden, Adamsville, northern Muskingum County, we'll have to watch to see if this storm eventually develops the potential for some quarter-size hail. And this storm can also produce a punch when it comes to wind. So wind is a secondary threat with these storms. The main severe threat is the large hail, which does appear to be right here just south of St. Louisville in Licking County. But I'm watching that storm out in southern Coshocton County that is approaching northern Muskingum County. So let's zoom back out again and go right to that dangerous hail core, and let's try to get some more road names for you here. Horns Hill Road, that's just to the east of State Route 13. It runs parallel. This is State Route 657 that will take you north of Johnstown. I would not advise travel there. And it is heading towards Newark, which of course is a very populated area. We have over 60,000 residents there, so lots of homes. So we're going to be wanting to be inside. If you're in Newark and you haven't parked your car in the garage or under a carport, if you have one, I'd recommend going out and do it right now. Very quickly. You still have a few minutes to get your car in a garage or in a carport, because this is the type of hail that can cause damage to cars. We're talking a half-dollar size. That's about 1.5 inches in diameter. So that can certainly damage windshields, put dents in the roof, and so on and so forth. Again, Horns Hill Road right here, that's just running parallel east of State Route 13 and State Route 657 in central Licking County, just north of Newark. So elsewhere across the viewing area, we are in pretty good shape. But the severe weather threat will be increasing, especially for places south of I-70. So if you're in Lancaster, Circleville, Logan, down towards Athens, you've got some time before storms develop. But storms certainly could develop where you live as we see that front advancing, interacting with the warm air. And while it isn't the most humid hot day, I mean, it is late March, we do have enough moisture in the atmosphere and enough forcing from that cold front that we're seeing these storms really fire up. So again, if you're south of I-70, Lancaster, Logan, down into Perry County, so that would be New Lexington, down into Noble County, Noble County's over there, and even southern Muskingum into Morgan County and Washington County, please watch out for this. Elsewhere, off to the west, your threat is a little bit lower. We don't have all the dynamics that are occurring out in eastern Ohio right now, but we are still going to watch out for a few rumbles of thunder, maybe some gusty wind. So regardless, if you hear rumbles of thunder, it'll be a good idea to head indoors, and maybe not a bad idea if you've got a minute or two to park your car either in a garage or under a carport. If you don't have that, then maybe just at least keeping your car away from trees or other potentially damaging areas, like I said, near a tree or anything that could blow in the case of some higher wind, and certainly some hail. So just something to look out for anywhere in the viewing area. Now, if you're north of Columbus, so say Delaware, Mount Vernon, even now Coshocton, your severe weather threat is much lower. In fact, your severe weather threat should just be relegated to a few thunderstorms that may fire up a little bit later this evening. So we are going to be watching out for a few storms still redeveloping here to the north, but the storms that redevelop later once the sun has set are going to be a lot less energetic. Sure, we could hear some rumbles of thunder and see some lightning at that point, but I'm not entirely convinced that the storms popping up later are going to be as dangerous as they are right now while the sun is up and we're getting a good deal of energy. So here's one thing I want to switch over to really quick. I want to switch over to our future cast just to kind of see how things are going to break down this evening. Right now, the model is showing the storms that will develop in the next couple of hours. So we could still see a couple storms popping up. But then watch what happens about 8, 9:30. Now we're seeing some more numerous thunderstorms, but these ones will be weaker. We won't have the energy from the sun. Still though, lightning, heavy rain, and maybe even some gusty wind out of these storms as the front passes. But once these storms get out of here, here's 11:30. It's looking to be mostly rain at this point. Maybe just a little bit of rain lingering by 11:30, and then it's out of here by midnight and temperatures drop. By tomorrow morning, we'll have temperatures in the mid-30s. So just like last week, a big change just in time for the morning commute and the bus stop. And I can show you those temperatures that we're about to experience here as this front drops. And again, this is very typical when we have strong thunderstorm threats in the early spring. Usually it's ahead of a strong cold front, and that's exactly what's happening. Temperatures this hour in the city are still in the 80s, but it falls very quickly. By 5 o'clock in the morning, I would not be surprised if we had just gone in about, I would say 12 hours from 82 to 38. So summer weather to winter weather. Yes, I know it's not ideal, but that is pretty typical here in the springtime, and certainly on a day where storms are firing up. Another thing I would like to do while I pop our radar feed back up is check to see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service, which I do not believe we do. So the Weather Service office has not given me any updates within the past 10 minutes or so. So hopefully that means good news. A lot of lightning in this. The lightning counter is on, and we are seeing a good deal of lightning across mostly Licking County. All right, as I speak, the Weather Service has given us an update. So let me get that to you. Let's see. All right, I see. Okay. We have now seen that severe thunderstorm warning extended until 6:15. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Licking County has been extended until 6:15. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to try to turn our radar into, a better analysis mode for this storm. So let's see if we can't get that going here. Just give me 1 second as we now see this extended. So we're going to keep our streaming extended as well now that we have this storm that is ongoing. So bear with me for 1 second. Okay. All right. So the Weather Service does say that half-dollar size hail is still a large threat from this storm. And there it is right over Licking County. And as we see that, our precipitation rate is rather intense with this storm. And there's that hail size, 1 1/4 inch, half-dollar size. So this threat is significant for portions of Licking County. But look at this big difference in temperature. 72 just up in Knox County and Mount Vernon, but Mansfield's at 56, Bucyrus at 53, 85 downtown. This is a huge, huge cold front that is really firing up these storms this evening. So we will be watching to see how these storms continue to develop, especially off to the east. let's take a look at the map and try to zoom in a little bit on this storm that has just prompted the new severe thunderstorm warning. And then that's the part that's going to run until 6:15. Let's pan the map up. There we go. Okay, we are seeing some very bright pinks on the radar right now. So what that tells me is that is where we're seeing the greatest threat for that $half size hail. So that is going to be impacting Newark very, very soon. So if you're in Newark, your time's pretty much up. Hopefully you're able to secure any articles outdoors, maybe secure your car if necessary. But this severe thunderstorm warning is really, really increasing. And I do believe we have another severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. So let's take a look at that. It looks like it's been extended into Muskingum County. So yes, this, like I was concerned about a little bit earlier, it does appear that we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Muskingum County. And it's because of this storm just south of Coshocton that has now increased its threat for some large hail. So we're seeing that just south of Lafayette, south of US 36 that runs through Coshocton, and that's just north of the Coshocton and Muskingum County line. Zanesville, you are not right now in the severe thunderstorm warning, but I would go ahead and consider yourself under the gun for a strong thunderstorm within the next half hour or so. These storms are not moving all that much. I would say that these storms are moving at about 20 miles per hour, according to some radar analysis that we've done and the National Weather Service has done as well. But that's not necessarily a good thing. They're moving slowly, which gives you time to prepare ahead of it. But if you're underneath the storm, it takes a while for it to go away, especially if you have a hail core that's sitting right on top of you. So again, here's US 36, just northeast of Newark. So I kind of want to zoom in where this strong hail core is and see if we can get some road names for you. So again, here's Wilkins Run. That's probably getting pelted with some very large hail. Smith Chapel Road here. Looks like State Route 70. Let's see, that's State Route 79 there. Very deep pinks and purples. That's not a good situation there across Licking County. All right, new updates from the Weather Service that are just coming in. Let's see what we've got here. All right, so again, this is mostly going to be concerning Licking and Muskingum County. All right, yes, we also have news that we have. Wow, we've got a lot of news here. All right, let's try to cover it all here. A severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. So you may think, well, we already have a severe thunderstorm warning. What is the point of issuing a severe thunderstorm watch? Well, what that tells me is the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma, they're the National Weather Service meteorologists that specifically deal with severe storms. They are indicating that while we do have these isolated severe storms now, they are expecting storm coverage to increase. So more of us will see severe weather as the evening progresses. So that is why they've decided to go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm watch. And that severe thunderstorm watch is going to run until midnight tonight. I do anticipate that severe thunderstorm watch will end up getting canceled early, especially for our northern zones that are already seeing temperatures in the 50s. What I think is going to be happening, though, is because we have that cold weather, but still the potential for storms early, that's going to transition into maybe a gusty wind threat a little bit later. All right, so more on that later. We'll see if those storms end up developing. So we do have a severe thunderstorm watch for everyone. That's until 11 p.m. So again, a watch means watch out. You're not experiencing a storm now. It's the folks in the warning that we're a little bit worried about here in the moment. And these are going to be spots that we're seeing that deep pink on radar. So State Route 13 north of Newark. If you're in Newark, the storm is basically there. So you don't really have much more time to prepare. I would stay away from windows and indoors, at least for the next 30 minutes or so, because this storm is moving very slowly. Then as we move off to the east, I do see an even stronger region of potential hail greater than an inch, potentially $half size. And that is enough to crack a windshield, put some dents in your car, and certainly cause injury to the head or skin. So that is why we have severe thunderstorm warnings in this case. Looks like the latest radar scan looks a little bit better regarding hail, which is good. But let's see if we can't get a focus on this hail region north of Newark, because this is a pretty populated area here that is going to be dealing with this. All right, so Dry Creek Road, State Route 13. Wow, State Route 13 is really not looking good, just on the north side of Newark here. So Newark is down here to the south. So if you're along State Route 16, which runs east and west, I would be indoors or going there very, very soon. Licking Springs Road, getting some large hail possibly. Horns Hill Road, Martinsburg Road. Yeah, these deep pinks are not very common here in Ohio, especially in March. So neither are the warm temperatures. I mean, we still have temperatures in the 80s in places where it's not raining, especially in the city. So the crossroads of Reform and Perryton, that's near the Muskingum and Licking County line. That looks to be State Route 586. That is dealing with some very large hail as well. Let me see if I can put a loop on this storm here. We'll push play on the loop. Wow, we can really see how this storm has just blown up very, very quickly. In fact, right before we started streaming, I stepped outside of our 10 TV studios here in the Grandview area of Columbus, and I could see the storm looking northeast and just watching the clouds kind of explode in such a dynamic manner. Very impressive. But it seems like the storm has consolidated a little bit with a strong hail core that's entering Muskingum County. So that's why they have gone ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm warning for Muskingum County. And that's going to run, I believe this warning is going to run until, let me make sure I've got that one here. That's also until 6:15. Okay, so the Weather Service expects the threat to persist until about 6:15. And if it does continue into Guernsey County, we're going to keep our coverage going as well. So if you're in Cambridge, Guernsey County, or at least central Guernsey County, I should say, you're not under the warning just yet, but it's heading towards you. And if it doesn't indicate any major signs of weakening, then I would say you've got time to get your car in the garage. You've got time to get it under a carport or at least somewhere less susceptible to hail damage. And we do have some gusty wind in this storm as well. In fact, that's one thing I have not checked or showed you yet, is the wind threat. So I do want to do that here quickly. Let's see what we can do about that. And that means switching over to our velocity mode. So you'll often see us use velocity mode when we're tracking a tornado threat. I want to be clear, I do not see a tornado threat with these storms. That is the one piece of good news that we've got here, is that I do not see a tornado threat right now. But that said, large hail is still a threat, and certainly to property damage as well, with cars and trucks and anything with glass certainly being damaged by the hail. So let's zoom out just a little more and we'll switch over to velocity mode. Take our radar and we're going to go to storm relative velocity. Okay, so what that means is we switch it over to the mode that allows us to see which direction the wind is going. If you see greens on the map, that means the wind is blowing toward the radar. And if you see reds on the map, that means it's blowing away from the radar. If you see green and red really close to each other, that usually means that wind is rotating. And I do not see that. I'm seeing all reds, so that means that the wind is blowing in one direction away from the radar. That's good news when it comes to a tornado threat. However, we can still use this product to tell where the gusty winds are. And the issue with portions of Licking, Muskingum, and Coshocton counties are these locations are nearly 90 miles away from the radar site in Wilmington and more than 100 miles away from the other radar site out in Pittsburgh to the east. So it's a little bit harder to see surface winds out here other than the Doppler radar for CMH Airport out in Pataskala. That can help us a little bit too. That said, I'm not seeing any threatening area of severe weather, or I should say tornado threats at this time, but we will roll through that. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to stick with you until about 6:15. But I would like you guys to stay with us on 10 TV Plus. We're going to take a 15-minute break at 6:15 because we're going to be getting ready for our traditional newscast that will stream live right here on 10 TV Plus at 6:30 to 7. So you're still going to get some live updates on our storm situation. You're going to get some local news. We'll have all of that for you at 6:30. But I just want to let you know that you can stick with us for the next half hour. I'll stay with you on this strong storm. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll get ready for our traditional newscast, and then we'll continue weather streaming after that point if we see that it's necessary. And necessary would be a severe thunderstorm warning in our viewing area. All right, so continuing to where I was talking about the strong wind threat. If there is going to be a strong wind threat, it's possibly right here along the Muskingum and Licking County line. And the problem is here, the radar is scanning 4, 5, 6,000 feet in the atmosphere, so we're not really seeing what's transferring to the ground. I'm not entirely convinced we're seeing damaging wind right now. Certainly no tornado threat at the moment, but it's that hail core that I'm really the most concerned about. So we're going to continue to follow this storm because of that hail threat. And that means we're going to go ahead and switch it back to the product that allows us to track hail. So let me switch that back over for you really quick. There we go. Okay. So the hail core has now moved into Muskingum County. So if you are in Licking County, if you're in Newark, it's looking much better for you. It seems like the storm over the last couple of radar scans has weakened a little bit. So I've got some good news for you there. Let's zoom in on it. Zoom in. Muskingum County. Yeah, so Frazeysburg, the area that I'm most concerned about in Muskingum County right now is Frazeysburg, where that hail core currently is. We're seeing the pinks on the radar here, zooming in just a little bit, and then what we're going to do is we're going to pan the map over so we can not only give you some street names, but also a closer look at where the hail core is. So it looks like this is Hickman Road, just south of Hickman there, Licking Valley Road, and we'll get some state routes here near Frazeysburg that I'm concerned about. There's that pink on the radar where that hail core most likely is. State Route 16, so that's a major thoroughfare, I should say. State Route 586. So this is the reason why that severe thunderstorm warning will likely continue until 6:15. A strong hail core, the potential for hail up to $50 in size, which is certainly something that's not very common here in Ohio. And is it not very common in Ohio, but it's very rare this time of year. Usually you do need those 80-degree days, a lot of sunshine, a lot of energy, and we certainly had that on deck for us here on March 22nd. All right, let's zoom out a little bit again just to kind of see what's going on elsewhere across the viewing area, which I know we probably have some folks concerned about their towns. So I want to show you where that concern should be. Pretty much exactly where I've been focused on. As you notice, nothing in Franklin County, Delaware, Union, Madison, all the way down into Fayette County, Pickaway County, you're good. Fairfield County, Hocking County, Athens, Morgan, Perry, and Noble County, all good right now. Guernsey County, I would watch out, though. If you're in Cambridge, this storm is heading towards you. It's not moving very fast. It's only moving at about 20 miles per hour. So let's see if I can't give you an update on the timing for this storm. Let's clear that out here in our tracking option. There we go. So we'll draw a cone, and this is going to give us a track to see how long it's going to take to go about 20 miles. So we're looking at spots like Dresden. You're going to see, ooh, it's not wanting to clear from the screen there. Yeah, let me see if I can't fix that off screen. But anyway, it's going to take about an hour to get to you in Cambridge, if that's where you're at the moment, because it's only moving at about 20 miles per hour. But if you're in Guernsey County, you do still have the chance to get your car in a secure spot and yourself to some safety as well. Areas where you don't have as much time, Frazeysburg, it's right on top of you. Dresden, you're about to get hit by it. Adamsville. Zanesville, the city, seems to be all right at the moment. But even if you're in Zanesville, I would still just keep an eye on things to see if the storm shifts a little bit to the south, which I don't imagine happening at the moment, but I do believe that we are at least going to see the chance for some spots in central Muskingum County to see the storm as well. All right, let's zoom out here. All right, the hail, okay, the hail core actually looking a little bit stronger in this radar scan here, right over Frazeysburg. Wow, those are some intense hail signatures right there on radar. Another thing we can look for as well is we can look to see what's falling from the sky, essentially, with our radar. Sure, with this view, we can see how intense the rain, or in this case, hail is falling from the sky. We see the most intense radar returns where hail might be falling because, well, the ice balls are very large. They're much larger than raindrops. But what we also can see is we can see if the radar is detecting anything abnormal. We call that a debris signature. And we also use this when we're tracking tornadoes. Again, there is no tornado threat. But if we see solid purple pink, we're not really worried about hail. But when we start to see these colors, these oranges and yellows come into this specific radar product, that's telling me that we've got some large hail, especially south of Frazeysburg, south of State Route 16, just to the west of Dresden. So if you're in Dresden, hopefully you're indoors. But I'm relatively convinced that we've got some large hail falling in northwestern Muskingum County right now. That's pretty intense. We don't see that here in central Ohio all that often. All right, so we'll switch it back over to our regular radar mode. Yep, it lines up where I'm seeing reports of some large hail from our normal radar scan here. No updates from the Weather Service at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, just kind of a recap of what's going on. We have a strong cold front rolling through central Ohio right now. So that is the main driving mechanism for these thunderstorms to pop up. That cold front has already worked through our northern communities. Bucyrus has dropped to 50 already. We are 78 in Columbus. That's a big difference. 84 in Circleville, 85 in Piketon. MacArthur coming in at 89 degrees. 50 in Bucyrus, 89 in MacArthur. That's pretty impressive. Mansfield at 56, but Mount Vernon, just down Route 13, is 72 degrees. Zanesville, 85, Coshocton, 66. This is a lot of rain-cooled air up in Coshocton County due to that thunderstorm, but we are all going to notice our temperatures dropping as we work our way through the night. Let me try to pop off that. There we go. All right, so we'll see temperatures in the 30s. Tomorrow morning. I know it's not exactly what we want. We've gotten a beautiful weekend out of this, but unfortunately, as we head back to work and school tomorrow, we are going to see temperatures dropping into the 30s. So summer today, a little wintry tomorrow morning, and let's track that potential. The Storm Prediction Center out in Oklahoma has issued a severe thunderstorm watch for our entire area. So that means that even though we are experiencing some severe weather across Muskingum County right now, the rest of us still could see some storms popping up over the next couple of hours. So let's show you what our future radar is thinking is going to happen. Here's 9:30. Another round with more numerous thunderstorms is looking more and more likely. And I am starting to believe that these thunderstorms might not be as strong. We might not have the hail threat that we have when we have all that energy during the daylight hours. The sun gives the storms the energy. We won't have that at 9:30 at night, but I do think that these storms will certainly bring the potential for some heavy rain, good deal of lightning, and wind. I think we'll transition into a gusty wind threat at that point. By 11:30, this is mostly just going to be some moderate rain. Our severe weather threat should be ending or at least wrapping up by 11:30, and then it'll be out of here after midnight, and tomorrow morning is going to be dry, but just much, much colder. So it's a big change. Tomorrow we're looking at highs only in the mid-40s. That's it. I hate to say, but this cold front is really taking away all the heat we've had today. But we are going to notice some improvement as we head into the latter half of the week. We're going to be back into the 60s again by Wednesday, 70s Thursday, and then another chance for storms once we get to Thursday. So there certainly are going to be some very spring-like patterns here across central Ohio as we march into the last full week of March. All right, so back to our storm. This is the only spot across central Ohio that I'm concerned concerned about at the moment, so Dresden, Frazeysburg, northern Muskingum County, this does have a lot of strong evidence that we've got some large hail across northern Muskingum County. So right here, that's State Route 208, State Route 60, straddling and just south of the Coshocton and Muskingum County line. So if you're in Zanesville, you are not under the threat of this storm right now. But I bet if you're in Zanesville and you're looking north, you are probably seeing some dark clouds, maybe some lightning, and maybe even some rumbles of thunder. So again, Frazeysburg and Dresden in northern Muskingum County really seeing this strong storm. We zoom out. Nothing much elsewhere. This is the lone storm at the moment. I do see a little area of brief downpour near Pataskala. So that's going to be in far western Licking County. That's not severe. I'm not too worried about it, but you're probably seeing dark clouds in Reynoldsburg and Gahanna. That's off to your east. Downtown Columbus, you're fine. UA, Upper Arlington, Grove City, Obetz Groveport, you're fine. Dublin, Worthington, Westerville, you're fine. Delaware County, you're okay. Marysville, you're okay at the moment. London, Washington Courthouse, Circleville, Chillicothe, all those spots, Hocking Hills region, Athens, MacArthur, you are okay. This is the only storm. But we do have a brand new update from the National Weather Service. Okay, so what this is telling me now is we may have larger hail than originally thought. So let me try to get that information for you. Let's see here. Trying to get the newest data on that. Okay, yes, here's the update. Golf ball size hail. Okay, yeah. All right, wow. Yes, so I believe this. The radar is very much showing that potential. There's these very bright pinks on the radar between Frazeysburg and Dresden. And the threat, the word that they're using to describe that threat is considerable. So that is certainly a dangerous situation here in northern Muskingum County, Frazeysburg and Dresden. More so Dresden. I do believe that that's a better, or I should say a more signifying threat there than it is in Frazeysburg, where I do think conditions are improving. That means the hail size is up to 1 3/4 inches. So we're getting to almost 2-inch hail size. That's bigger than $50. They're saying golf ball size now in northern Muskingum County. So this is a lone storm. No one else is seeing this type of severe weather at this time, but this is a dangerous situation. So we're going to stick with you here on 10 TV Plus until 6:15, in which we're going to prepare for our traditional newscast at 6:30. We're going to have the latest updates on the storm there, and then we'll continue our streaming after the newscast at 7 if the situation warrants. If storms are clear, we'll take a break and then we'll start the stream again on 10 TV Plus when we do have other strong storms develop. So that's going to be our coverage plan for this evening here at 10 TV and on 10 TV Plus. And those of you who are watching March Madness over on the TV side, we welcome you. Hopefully you're keeping track of both the storms here on 10 TV Plus and the game, of course, on the regular TV side. But this is a serious situation, and that's why we're continuing our coverage here on 10 TV Plus, right over Dresden in northern Muskingum County. Zanesville, you are not in this warning at the moment, but you might want to at least consider some preparation plans. That means if you have a spot in your garage or a carport or something to keep your car covered, it might not be a bad idea to do that. If you're in Dresden, it's too late. It's already happening. If you're in Adamsville, you've got a couple minutes. You might be able to run outside and do it quick, but I would get inside as quickly as you can. You're probably hearing thunder and lightning from this storm. Again, the verbiage they've used at the National Weather Service is considerable. Not only that, but they are seeing some 50-mile-per-hour wind out of this storm. So while that's technically not what we call severe in terms of wind, it's still considerable, and it's still something to keep in mind that not only is hail going to be a threat, but it's going to be breezy as well. Also, a lot of heavy rain, but boy, this is a strong hail signature for central Ohio. Not a very common situation at all, and a dangerous situation if you're in northern Muskingum County. So that is going to continue until 6:15, as will our stream right here on 10 TV Plus. So what I'm going to do here is erase that, zoom out a little bit just to show you what else is going on. Not much elsewhere across central Ohio at the moment. We've also seen some severe weather out to the east, closer to Pittsburgh, and that's actually where we're getting our radar scan from this. There's a radar site just to the northeast of Pittsburgh that's giving us this data, and it still indicates a very strong hail core over northern Muskingum County. Every radar scan we get seems to indicate that this is not weakening at the moment. All right, so what I'm going to do, if you've been with us for a while, I'm going to show you a radar product that I used about 10 minutes ago. This is a radar product that helps us tell whether or not we're seeing some objects falling from the sky that aren't the same shape. Our radar can actually determine the shape of objects, and this is a great way to detect whether or not hail is falling. And if hail wasn't falling, I would say that the whole map right now would be like this maroon burgundy color. But because we're seeing some of these other colors mixing in, like oranges and yellows, and even to the south, we're seeing some greens mixed in, that usually tells me we've got some pretty nasty hail going on. So that's why the National Weather Service has went ahead and given the warning for golf ball sized hail. That is pretty much paired up with the pink that we see on the radar. So this certainly tells me we have a very strong storm. Another thing I want to look at really quick is what the wind situation is right now. I am not terribly concerned about any tornadic threat right now. We do have green and wind blowing this way toward the radar, and we do have some red going the opposite direction. But this is not a tornado signature right now. We may have some turbulence in the storm, but I don't see that really, really tight, bright, what we call a couplet on radar. So we don't see those colors very close to each other right now. And I can look at another radar product that we'll see if that is the case. And yeah, while we do have a lot of turbulence in the storm, right now it does not appear to be a tornado threat. But we're going to keep an eye on all of this just because this storm has a history of being very strong. We've been here on 10 TV Plus for about 40 minutes now, tracking this storm as it blew up over New Albany, and now it has moved all the way east into northern Muskingum County. So these very bright pinks on the radar are still very apparent. So Adamsville, you've got a couple minutes to get your car under a carport or in a garage if you can. If you're along State Route 93 right there, this is all north of Zanesville. We are not seeing this storm in Zanesville, where the greatest population of Muskingum County is. But if you are in Zanesville, again, you're seeing this storm just to your north, and it's quite strong. You're probably hearing rumbles of thunder. So north of I-70 is where this is going to track. If you're in Cambridge, I would be keeping a very close eye on it. It does seem like this storm has picked up speed a little bit. Licking County, you're in the clear. It was originally moving at about 20 miles per hour, and now we've seen it almost double its speed. The Weather Service and our radar estimates here at 10 TV have indicated that it seems to be moving at about 40 to 45 miles per hour now. So that means in Cambridge, you've got about a half hour, and we'll be keeping a very close eye on this as this continues to roll across northern Muskingum County into Guernsey County here within the hour. So stick with us here for about 10 more minutes, and then we are going to take a 15-minute break so we can get our traditional newscast going. But stay with us here on 10 TV Plus. We have a full newscast with the latest on the weather. I'll continue to track this storm. We have also some breaking news to cover for you this evening, so we'll have all of that for you still right here on 10 TV Plus until 7. After that, if we still see that severe weather is still occurring, we will continue our stream on 10 TV Plus. If things are moving out of our viewing area or calming down for a bit, we'll take a break and then return to streaming once that threat returns. And by that, I mean we do have this lone severe thunderstorm warning. Everyone else is in the clear right now. But we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for our entire area. So you may think, well, there's already a warning. What's the point for a watch? Well, the point of the watch is that we could see redevelopment of storms all the way until midnight tonight. And that does include the entire 10 TV viewing area. That'll be until midnight tonight. I am seeing trends that we might see that canceled a little bit early. But they are exercising abundant caution in issuing this watch, and I agree with that, because we do have a severe weather threat all the way until then. And if we take a look at this map tells us where the greatest threat for severe weather is. That is out in the orange region. This is across most of central and western PA. We've already seen some very strong hail-producing storms develop across the Ohio River Valley to the east near Pittsburgh. We are in this level 2 out of 5 risk, and that risk does extend up to a line from about Bucyrus, Mansfield, Ashland, Worcester, back toward Bellefontaine and Lima, or just south of Lima. So all of us are in that 2 out of 5 risk. We will start to see this transition into more of a wind threat rather than a hail threat, but it is still going to be a severe weather evening. So you're going to want to keep your eye to the sky, even if you're not experiencing anything happening right now. All right. Yes, we are planning on stopping at 6:15 so we can get ready for our traditional newscast here. All right, let's see. What else? Let's take a look at those temperatures. These temperatures are very impressive. You don't see this very often here in central Ohio either, where you have such a dramatic difference in temperature. We've now dropped to 46 in Mansfield, 48 in Bucyrus. So that's where I'm starting to believe our severe weather threat for those locations is mostly over. We could still have a gusty storm, but that storm is going to be high in the atmosphere, not very productive in terms of severe weather. Areas that are most likely to see severe weather later are going to be where it's still in the 80s. 89 in MacArthur, 48 in Bucyrus, 46 in Mansfield. I'm blown away by that. That's very, very impressive in terms of meteorology. But look what's going on in Muskingum County where we have that storm right now. 82 in Zanesville, 66 in Coshocton, a lot of rain-cooled air there, and a lot of heat ahead of it along the I-77 corridor in both Noble and Guernsey County. So that storm that's producing that damaging hail is still going to be a threat for places like Cambridge and as it moves into eastern Muskingum County. So why don't we head back to there and continue to track it? Wow, that is quite the impressive situation we have going on here. Adamsville, the hail's on top of you now, so your time is up. Hopefully you're staying away from windows. Again, it's very important to stay away from windows when we get a situation like this because the hailstones can actually bounce and shatter the glass, especially if it's just single pane glass. If you're living in an older home, maybe that's the case. So certainly stay away from windows. This is even a situation where you may want to have another layer of roof between you and the outside, so the lowest level of your home. Again, not a tornado situation, but it never hurts to put more walls and more ceilings between you and the outside when any severe weather is happening. All right, let's pan the radar off to the east a little bit because I do want to track this storm. It is starting to move rather quickly, so we'll zoom out just a little bit here. And I want to see what we're expecting for our Guernsey County friends, especially Cambridge, a pretty populated area there, because we are going to have to pop off in about 5 minutes here as we prepare for our traditional newscast here at 6:15, right here on 10 TV Plus. So stay with us. We're just going to take a 15-minute break, and we are going to get you going back here again. All right, thank you. I want to give a shout out to Aaron White. He just popped in the studio here to help me out, and we're glad to have Aaron here, and he's got some times for us. So Cambridge, you have until 6:30, so that's about 21 minutes until you see this storm on top of Cambridge. So you've got that much time, maybe a little less, to get your car secure, maybe under a carport or in a garage. Back here towards Willis, this is eastern Guernsey County, that's at 643. Some more recent places, Bowdoin, that's right on the county line, but Adamsville, yeah, it's right on top of you right now. So this certainly a very strong storm. This is an elevated severe thunderstorm. This isn't just your basic severe thunderstorm warning that we get all the time between now and October. This is what we call a thunderstorm warning that could produce considerable damage. They use that word to basically give you a heightened sense of alert if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning. And we're trying to see if our radar can detect the actual hail, and it doesn't seem to be showing much in terms of hail potential, but I'm not entirely convinced, because this storm has had this very deep pink on the radar for quite a long time. The Weather Service giving us that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Really, those of us that have been tracking the storm either here at 10 TV or at the Weather Service office in Pittsburgh, this has been certainly a storm that has produced enough evidence to support golf ball size hail. We just saw that orange box pop up on the map. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not surprised by this. So now if you're in Cambridge along I-70 in Guernsey County, this severe thunderstorm warning is going to run until 7 o'clock. They have not opted to use that language of considerable. So they're still expecting large hail, maybe some gusty wind up to 50 miles per hour. We still see that pink. But they seem to see evidence, and I see it too on our radar, that maybe the golf ball sized hail isn't as pronounced anymore. Maybe now we're looking at quarter-sized hail, which is still dangerous, still something you want to be inside and away from windows. As we're tracking this now into Guernsey County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. That includes the city of Cambridge. That's the entire stretch of I-70 in Guernsey County. So we're going to have a lot of folks out on the road there that may be impacted by this. If you know anyone planning on traveling on I-70 in Guernsey County over the next hour or so, I'd advise holding off. Maybe some folks are heading to a late work or an event this evening. Maybe hold off if you're going to be traveling I-70 in Guernsey County. All right, so some times on this as we track it. Wills, you're looking at 6:39. Fairview, 6:46. So Fairview's right here on the Guernsey-Belmont County line, heading toward far eastern Ohio. Barnesville, 6:58. Wheeling, West Virginia, that's well to the east, but it's picking up speed. That'll be at 7:05, which is about 50 minutes from now. In Cambridge, our updated time is 6:27. So this is a strong storm, and I want to indicate that we are not seeing the damaging wind and tornado threat that can possibly happen when you have any type of severe weather. Typically, if we're going to be seeing a tornado threat, we're going to be seeing these bright reds and these bright greens right next to each other. We call that a couplet, and it indicates winds going in opposite directions. We're not seeing that. We might see a little bit of turbulence here in the center of the storm, but that turbulence is just typical of a strong hail-producing storm. And as it moves off to the east, it does appear to be getting a little bit smaller. So I think that's why the Weather Service office in Pittsburgh, which covers Muskingum and Guernsey County, they have opted to reduce the threat a little bit. We're not calling it considerable anymore. This is your standard severe thunderstorm warning, which is certainly a dangerous situation. You need to be inside and away from windows, maybe having that car parked under some sort of cover, like a garage or carport. But again, the storm does at least show some signs of weakening, and we'll continue to track this. So as we approach 6:15, we are going to start preparing for our 6:30 show right here on 10 TV Plus. Again, it's a full newscast with the latest weather and breaking news updates. That'll run until 7 o'clock. If severe weather persists, we'll keep going after 7. If not, we'll take a break until severe weather threats return. But again, my name is meteorologist Mike Joyce here from your 10 Weather Impact team. Thank you so much for watching. Again, stick with us. We'll be back in 15 minutes for our traditional newscast. is about right here. So you're seeing some large hail potential there. Again, stretching down to Worthington, Galena. Some of the brightest potential large hail signatures are right here at Sancus and Worthington, Galena. So that's very near the Worthington Community Center there. And it's now crossing I-71. So if you're along State Route 710 right there, that's Lozelle Road, just heading over into the south side of Westerville, so the Franklin County side of Westerville there. But if you're on the Delaware County side, you are also under a severe thunderstorm warning for some large hail potential there. All right, let's take a look at some of the other storms that we have. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning that we just got, and this was verified by broadcast media. I would assume that it's verified out of the stations out in Lima. This storm right here could potentially impact Indian Lake. So Indian Lake is right here along US 33. This is Hardin County here. So if you're in Kenton, you have a few minutes to get your car protected in case some large hail comes out of this. Now, the remarkable thing about this storm is we are now behind the cold front. Temperatures have cooled down quite a bit, and some of our northern communities are already experiencing temperatures in the 40s. And that's true of Bucyrus, which is also under the gun for a very strong thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail. This is right along US 30, so this is Wyandotte County here, moving out of Sandusky, or Upper Sandusky, I should say, but heading right toward Bucyrus as we speak. And if this does hold together, this could be impacting communities like Gallion and Crestline. Right here's Ontario, the Richland Mall area, and then into the north side of Mansfield, including Shelby here in a second. All right, we're getting new word from the Weather Service here, and there it is. They've issued that severe thunderstorm warning for northern Richland County, Huron County, and then some of our northern Ohio friends up that way. But yeah, so that does include Plymouth and just outside of Shelby up here. But again, if you're in Mansfield, Ontario, Crestline, Gallion, wouldn't be surprised if you get put under that warning as well. Okay, thank you, Kyle, our producer. Why don't we head down to 270 and 71, I believe is what you said. Let's get right to that. That's right in the middle of this radar hail core, and we are seeing folks responding to that. Oh, yeah, we've got hail coming down. You can tell because, thank you for taking that full screen, Kyle. I appreciate that. So what people are doing here is not entirely recommended, and I say that because those who slow down and shelter under an overpass not only clog up traffic, but then people get stuck behind you, and then they have nowhere to go. So pulling over under the overpass, like the cars you see there that have fully pulled over, that is a safer practice, I would say. But wow, we are really looking at some of these cars moving very slow, and I think I even see some hail falling, and you can kind of see it hit the pavement a little bit. But this is where it would be. Right there where that strong radar signature is on the north side of Columbus here. So yeah, this is I-71 at 270. This is right by the Budweiser plant, just on the east side of Worthington. So yeah, it's a serious situation if you're on the north side of Columbus right now. So if you're in Westerville, you pretty much need to be in your safe spot right now, away from windows, because this hail can be potentially damaging, not only to a vehicle, an inanimate object, but yourself as well, especially without head protection or skin protection as well. It's now moved into Westerville, so here we go. Westerville, you are under the gun for this large hail. This storm is moving quickly. We're talking about 30 to 40 miles per hour because look, Worthington, you're already heading out of it. But now if you're in Blendon Township, so that's the curve of 270 right there, right by Route 3. So we've got Dempsey Road there stretching over towards the Hoover Dam area. Route 3 that goes right through uptown Westerville into southern Delaware County there. So if you're heading up to Sunbury, you should be watching out as well on the south side of this. But now Linworth and Worthington are in much better shape. But again, this is a very quick storm that really popped up with a lot of the energy left over from earlier. And speaking of earlier, if you are in Johnstown and New Albany, you need to be ready for another round of large hail. And I'm going to show a pretty remarkable picture that we got from the storm that affected the area about 2.5 hours ago. But if you're in New Albany, if you're in Johnstown, this could be round 2 for you tonight. But it is right on top of Westerville. So that's Genoa Township, just north of Westerville. So that's like the Big Walnut, Sunbury area. But right here is Johnstown and New Albany. So you need to be in a safe spot away from windows where this large hail can be impactful. And speaking of that large hail, this is what we're looking at here. This is the potential that we could see here, and hopefully that picture will load up. There we go. This was sent to us from Sean out in Johnstown from the storm about 2.5 hours ago. So if you imagine, obviously the hailstone's not as big as my hand, but you can imagine his fingers. I mean, it's as big as 2 of his fingers. So I would say that's maybe, golf ball size hail right into the palm of his hand here. This is the type of hail that we are looking at the potential for if you're in Westerville, Blendon Township, Johnstown, New Albany, Genoa Township, Alum Creek area even, up in southern Delaware County. All right, let me head back to radar here and see if we've got updates on some of our other storms. Things are really ramping up, and this is all post cold front too. These are storms that are, given the right atmospheric conditions, are prime for producing large hail. They are not the best at producing damaging wind. Sure, we could have some gusty storms. The damaging wind is not the major threat here, although we will be watching it. And the tornado threat is nearly 0, so that's the good news. I'm not anticipating any tornado threat out of this, but this storm near Bucyrus is looking awfully nasty with the hail potential. Again, that's US 30 running through Crawford County. If you're in Richland County, Crestline, Gallion, Ontario, Mansfield, the OSU Mansfield campus, you're going to be wanting to be keeping an eye on it. You've got a little bit of time to get your car secured if you can, a carport or a garage. Back here in Hardin County, there's this storm. This is back in Auglaize in Allen County, this storm that's just to the south. So it's just north of Indian Lake. I think it's going to miss Indian Lake, but not Kenton. If you're in Kenton, you've got a couple minutes. And Marion, too. If you're in Marion, you should be preparing to take hail precautions as well. Okay, National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Marion County. That does make sense. So that does not include the city of Marion, but it's very, very close. So I would keep an eye on this one back here. So again, if anyone in Marion or the OSU Marion campus there, you may want to, you have about a half hour to make any preparations that you may need to secure your car and any outdoor items. And then head inside and stay away from the windows, as hail can be quite damaging to the windows. Okay, so we've got some strong hail producing storms all the way back in Indiana, so that we'll be watching throughout the next couple of hours. And some strong hail producing storms up in north central Ohio, like places like Huron, Ashland, Medina, Lorain County. That is not a concern for us here in central Ohio. But again, the one that really has my attention right now is this one. That's basically already exiting Westerville and sitting over New Albany right now. So New Albany's here, State Route 605. Here's a US Route 62 that takes you into Johnstown. So again, if you're in Johnstown, that picture I just showed of large hail, you're going to need to be prepared for something like that potentially happening again here within the next 10 minutes. So use this as a precaution to just stay away from windows. And in this type of situation, it doesn't hurt to be on the lowest level of your home. This is not a tornado emergency. This is not a tornado threat at all. But when you have large hail, it still doesn't hurt to have multiple. The more walls and the more ceilings you can put above your head and to your sides, the better you're going to be in a situation like this. So this is straddling the county line right now. Now pushing east of Westerville very quickly. And New Albany, you are experiencing this threat at the moment right now. Let's see if I've got any updates from the National Weather Service. And I do. These storms are moving about east-northeast at 55 miles per hour. Wow. So they're moving a lot faster than the storms earlier. So there's good news and bad news with that. Good news is that the hail won't sit on top of you for very long. If you get damaging hail, it's not going to last that long. We were just talking about Dublin and Worthington 5 minutes ago, and now Westerville is already going to be in the clear as well. But Johnstown, you don't have much time, and that's the other problem with it, is you don't have as much time to take shelter when there's a warning if the storm is moving so fast. So it's just north of downtown New Albany right now. Johnstown, it's heading right towards you. It's looking to take a path that pretty much parallels US 62, running through northern Licking County. So if you're in Centerburg or Martinsburg in Knox County, I would keep an eye on it if you're in southern Knox County right now. Yes, our director Kyle has another camera for us. That would be wonderful. This is 161 at New Albany Road. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at some very heavy rain for sure. There may even be some small hail in there as well. You know what's interesting to me? We see in the center lane, it almost looks like we might have had some small hail accumulate on the road there. I can't 100% verify that from this image, but it almost looks like we've seen some light hail accumulation right there at New Albany Road and 161. So there's some cars out there right now. They seem to be moving at normal speed, thankfully. But yeah, that is great, a great view there. Thank you, Kyle, for that. This is a very fast-moving storm, 55 miles per hour to the east-northeast. All right, back to radar again. We can see where it is. It's now exiting Westerville, so Dublin's in the clear, Worthington's in the clear, Powell in the clear, Polaris, you're in the clear. Parts of Genoa Township might still be seeing some small hail near the county line, but Johnstown, I would be on the lookout for another potential round of large hail. And this would be the second round of the day because for those of you who have just joined us in the last 5 minutes, this occurred in Johnstown earlier. This was at about, I want to say 5:45 in the afternoon, so a little less than 3 hours ago. But you can see how large this hail is compared to Sean's hand here. And thank you, Sean, for sending this in. I'm estimating just by the size of my own fingers that this is probably about ping pong ball sized hail, maybe golf ball. So we're looking at maybe about 1.75 inches, so 1 3/4 inches. This will hurt if it hits you in the head. So that's why folks that might be under the gun for some large hail really need to be inside, away from windows. And if you're in the path, then you might still have a little bit of prep time if you're trying to avoid getting your car potentially pelted with hail. So we recommend in these types of situations to take precautions to protect your car ahead of time. Obviously, you are more important than your car is. So I don't recommend going out in the hailstorm to move your car. You know, it's too late at that point. Okay, so let's get an update on the Crawford County storm. The worst of it seems to be exiting Bucyrus now, but here's Route 30, so it looks like the storm is taking a nearly east track right along US 30, and that'll be impacting Crestline and Galleon very soon. Ontario is right here, so we have the Cinemark movie theater there. We have the Richland Mall that could be impacted with this severe storm very, very soon. So if you know anyone at the movie theater, I know they might have their phone on silent, as one should, but you know that storm is heading straight there along US 30. That means Mansfield, OSU Mansfield, which is just northeast of Mansfield there. Southern spots in southern Richland County, you look okay right now. Same with Morrow County. This is looking to stay in Crawford and northern Richland County. Let's head over to the Hardin County storm. This is looking particularly strong near Kenton. So Kenton, here's US 68 that pretty much cuts Hardin County in half. There is some hail. It looks a little weaker, which is good. I think this storm has weakened a little bit. I'm not seeing those deep pinks that we saw for that storm in Franklin County not long ago. This one appears to be weakening, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had some very isolated large hail in Hardin County. If you're in Kenton, Ada, home of Ohio Northern University, you should be in a safe spot right now, away from windows where hail could potentially be damaging. Okay. Let's get a wider look at what's going on. We've had a lot of storms that have really fired up in the last 30 minutes. This is happening very, very quickly. What's happening is we're tapping into a lot of the energy that we stored up ahead of the front later this afternoon. Now that the front has passed, it's essentially pushed all that colder air underneath, and a lot of that energy is still in the mid to upper atmosphere. These thunderstorms are what we call elevated thunderstorms, meaning that the base of the storm is actually pretty high up, and that's great news for tornadoes, because tornadoes don't happen in elevated thunderstorms. The base of the cloud is too high for a tornado to touch down, except in extremely rare cases, and I don't think that's what we're looking at here tonight. We don't have the ingredients for that. But what these elevated storms can do is produce a lot of lightning and thunder, heavy rain, and large hail, even if the temperature at the surface is very cold. And that's what is happening. We've already had the cold front pass places like Mansfield and Bucyrus, where temperatures are in the 40s, but we're having severe thunderstorms. And this is why, because all the energy has been pushed up into the atmosphere where it's still there, and it's enough and it's cold enough in the upper atmosphere to make large ice chunks that become hail. And these thunderstorms stretch all the way back into central Indiana, north of Indianapolis. So we're going to be tracking this for quite some time tonight. And we'll stay with you here on 10 TV Plus as the threat for severe weather continues here locally. A couple things I want to show you before we get back to our Licking and Knox County storm here, the one that's moved very quickly through Franklin County, is this temperature difference. This is impressive. We are looking at a severe thunderstorm situation in Bucyrus when it's 40 degrees, 39 in Mansfield. Go down to Newark, take Route 13 south for about an hour. You're looking at 64 degrees. Logan, 81. 82 in MacArthur, 60 in Columbus. This temperature, what we call a gradient, meaning big difference throughout the central Ohio region, is quite impressive. It takes a very strong cold front to be able to do this. All right, we're getting new word from the National Weather Service. Let's see what we got here. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Licking County. All right, let's get right to it. And I am not surprised by this at all. All right, we actually have reported $half size hail in Johnstown again. Okay, wow. After it just happened 3 hours ago. According to the Weather Service, we have a report. Licking County Emergency Management has reported $half size hail. And the storm is basically just south of downtown Johnstown, which is right here along State Route 37, US 62 right here, Alexandria right there in between Johnstown and Granville right here. So these are all spots that could be under the gun for large hail once again. The good news is, though, I've seen this radar signature, at least in this scan, look a little weaker. But the National Weather Service did just issue this warning. We did see emergency management reporting $half size hail. Because it's verifying, that certainly means it's happening. So right here near Johnstown, we'll have to see what reports we get out of New Albany here and Westerville and Worthington, places that I really do believe had a very large hail threat not long ago, just to see how this storm is tracking. So the hail threat is right here, just south of US 62, I should say. And then right here is State Route 661. So that runs north and south near Utica, down to Granville. So Granville, I think, is going to miss the worst of this one, but you're still going to get heavy rain, certainly some thunder and lightning. Pataskala, this is north of you. I'm not too worried about Pataskala with this storm, but we are looking at the potential for $half size hail reported by emergency management in Licking and possibly out of Franklin County when this storm was still in New Albany. So according to the Weather Service, it's moving east at 50 miles per hour. So that means we can put a track on it here, which I will do. Let's track the hail core moving 50 miles per hour. Wow. It's really moving. And that happens when you get these elevated springtime early spring storms. You can get storms that during the daytime that are primarily driven by the sun, the energy from the sun. Those tend to move a little bit slower. But once you get to nighttime, when these storms are driven either by the leftover elevated energy or some winds in the mid-levels, these storms really tend to pick up speed. Again, nighttime storms tend to be a little bit faster. So here are some of the times that we have. So if you were any of the places that was under the gun from hail earlier today, unfortunately, it looks like we could be looking at round 2. If this storm holds together, I'm hoping it gets into some air where the energy's already been used up from earlier storms. That said, we still have to keep an eye on things. So some familiar spots. St. Louisville, right there, 853. Reform, 903. Frazeysburg had a large hail threat about 3 hours ago. That's right there in northern Muskingum County. Dresden, again, northern Muskingum County. Warsaw, that's in Coshocton County. The city of Coshocton, you're looking at about 9:30 p.m. So again, these are some arrival times based on a 50-mile-per-hour storm motion. And these storms certainly are moving. All right, so that said, I think it's a good idea to kind of give us the big picture here, what we've got going on. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning, not surprised on this one. This is northern Richland County. This now includes Shelby, Ontario, Crestline, which is right on the county line there. City of Mansfield stretching down to about where Lexington is, north of Belleville. So this warning starts at about where the Snow Trails exit is, 169, and travels up into Ashland County. So we could see some large hail, again, along US 30 near the Ontario Shopping District and OSU Mansfield. So a lot of folks out there potentially needing some warning about that, including downtown. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning, again, for northern Richland County. If you're down here in Mount Gilead, maybe Belleville, Lucas, Butler, even Lexington, I think you're in pretty good shape. I think it's Ontario, OSU Mansfield, Crestline, downtown Mansfield that would get the worst of that one. So that one is now moved out of Crawford County and into northern Richland. All right, we have a new storm here near Mount Vernon that is starting to blow up a bit. Now seeing a bit of a hail core on this one. Right now it does not have a warning. Could be dropping some small hail near Gambier. We have Kenyon College out there, Mount Vernon Nazarene University here in Mount Vernon, so we could be seeing some folks impacted by that. Danville, so that's northern Knox County, and we'll have to see what happens to that as it heads into Coshocton County. Right now, again, does not have a warning on it, but we will be watching it very closely as the hail corp could potentially continue to develop. Another thing I want to look out for, while it's not in the 10 TV viewing area right now, we've got this nasty storm out in, this is Darke County, so that's Greenville, Ohio. It's about an hour to the west of Bellefontaine, but it's heading toward spots like Logan County, Hardin County, so we'll be looking at that storm to see if it holds together. If it does, we could have a severe weather situation for folks out in Logan County. So I want to watch that one. And then after that, it would be spots like Marysville, Marion, maybe even Delaware. All right, big picture. Yeah, this is a regional issue here. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings back in Indiana right now. Lots of them, just like here in Ohio. A lot of hail threat. If you know anyone in northern Ohio, near Worcester, Akron, Cleveland, they're dealing with it too. Let's get back to that Licking County storm. And what I want to do is I want to put a loop on this because I just want to, oops, wrong button. I do want to put that loop on so we can see what's happened just in the past hour. Not only hour, but really the last 30 minutes or so. Let's see if we can't loop this. Yeah, wow. Okay, here we go. Let me save that. All right, so it looks to me, if we track this, where we're going to see some hail reports out of it is where it really blew its hail core up here near Dublin and Worthington. So we're going to be looking for some hail damage in that area. Then it tracked into Westerville, New Albany, Johnstown, you're in better shape now, but this is just north of Granville right now. So we still have a hail core, not as impressive as it looked over Worthington and Westerville. I think that's when it was at its worst, because it's going to start to run into some air that's already had its energy used up by storms earlier. That said, it doesn't mean the storm can't strengthen again, but more than likely this part of the atmosphere is a little bit what we call turned over, or the energy is essentially used up. So we'll be watching that closely. The hail core still looks pretty powerful there north of Granville, but I am quite impressed, not in a positive sense, but in a scientific sense, that that storm blew up so much there along the 270 corridor in northern Franklin County. All right, let's take the loop off and dive right back into this storm. So again, if we're going to be seeing a hail core out of this, it is going to be right there in central Licking County. And I'm getting another word from the Weather Service, so we'll see what they say. If we have any new updates. Okay, all right, yeah. All right, well, that'll lead right into what I was about to say. Here, let's pause the time there, save the view. All right, let's get to some of these storms. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Knox County, just north of this storm. So here's the storm, that strong hail core looking still pretty impressive. This is north of Granville. So as it impacts portions of Licking County, we are now seeing the threat accelerating into southern Knox County. So that does appear to be the path that this storm is going to take. And this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect until 9:30. All right, so let's get a view on that. Okay, so yeah, it's for the storm that we just talked about. So it's now east of Gambier, now over Howard and Danville in Knox County. And we're getting another update. Let's see what we got here. I see radar indicated quarter size hail possible. Okay. Yes, that does match what I'm seeing on radar here as well. So it's right on top of Howard right now. So Danville, you're next. If you're in Danville, you're pretty much out of time. This is going to be on top of you here in less than a minute. And then that's going to stretch out into Holmes County. So if you know anyone out in Holmes County, you may want to alert them that this severe thunderstorm is going to be heading there. So it's not going to spend a whole lot of time in Knox County. Again, these are moving east at 50 miles per hour, so nearly highway speed. This will be a threat for Knox County maybe for the next 10 minutes. But if you're in Danville, that's where it's really going to impact next. Let's see if we've got any other updates. No. Okay. So really, any of these storms could produce hail up to about a ping pong ball size. Okay, and here we go. So here's the storm I was talking about just a couple minutes ago, the one out here in Darke County, Ohio. So this is Greenville, Ohio. We have Arcanum, Ohio, out of the 10 TV viewing area. But this storm has now had a severe thunderstorm warning for it issued all the way into Logan County. So while Logan County, spots like Indian Lake, Bell Fountain, you have time to protect your car if you would like to pull it into the garage or under a carport. But you don't have a whole lot of time because this thing is moving at 50 miles per hour. So why don't we put a track on it and see how it's going. We'll get that. And again, they're moving fast, east at 50. So that means, so where it says Stokes, that's Indian Lake essentially right there. So Stokes 9:15, so Indian Lake you're looking at about 9:15, Bell Fountain about 9:27. Just south of that, Valley High, that's where Mad River Mountain is, about the same time. West Mansfield, so West Mansfield's actually a town in Logan County, not up in Richland County. You're looking at about 9:40 p.m. there. So this storm's moving very quickly, already going to be impacting places like Wapakoneta and along the I-75 corridor there. So that one's not in our viewing area yet, but it will be soon, and I just want to alert folks ahead of that. Let's get back up to that Richland County storm. It looks like we have a sizable hail core right on top of downtown Mansfield right now. So this is downtown Mansfield here. This is US 42, Lexington Avenue. So this is going to be north of Lexington, just south of Mansfield. So it looks like it's past Ontario now. Looks like it's past the OSU Mansfield campus. But here's Route 13. So this is about where just north of Snow Trails, Straub Road, Middle Belleville Road there in Mansfield. Good deal of hail potential in central Richland County right now. So again, that's going to be just north of the Lexington Avenue Kroger, that area stretching to about downtown Mansfield. So if you're in Madison Township, anywhere east on Route 30, if you're out near Charles Mill, even Lucas, you may want to be in a safe spot anyway, just to see if this hail core grows a little bit. So again, that's a pretty strong hail core potential over downtown Mansfield and just to the south of Mansfield. If you're in Lexington, I don't think you're seeing any large hail. Same with Belleville, but you're certainly getting a lot of lightning and rain. All right, so that's a pretty impressive storm there. Let's head down into Licking County again. Again, another strong hail core here. This is some of the same areas that we've had this about 3 hours ago. The pinks on the radar indicating the threat for some large hail. So that's St. Louisville, State Route 13 between Newark and St. Louisville. Like it did last time, I do think this is going to narrowly miss Newark and Heath and Granville, but it's not very far away. So you may have friends or family that live in the area, and they may need to be alerted about the hail potential. So a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings going on across central Ohio right now, stretching all the way into eastern Ohio and north of Pittsburgh, all the way back to Indianapolis. So this is going to be with us for a good while. Let's check to see if we have any hail signatures. And this is a radar product that takes the data that we look at and tries to filter out all the rain and tell us where the hail is. And some good news, it looks like our radar is not picking up on a whole lot of hail. If we were picking up on the largest of the large hail, this thing would be like a bright blue color. Right now, north of Granville, it certainly looks like we have hail, and the storm certainly looks like it has the potential to produce large hail. But as of right now, the hail potential is not severely concerning. And then also this up here, a very similar signature just south of Route 30 in Mansfield. So that's Springfield Township there. We have the Clear Fork Reservoir here that are potentially getting, or at least the hail may be ending there. So again, right here, US 42, which intersects with State Route 13 in downtown Mansfield, of course, along I-71. So travel in Richland County along I-71 right now would certainly be very tough. So I do not recommend travel there. Let's put our radar back on to what we call the reflectivity, or that is the normal radar mode, essentially, where we're detecting precipitation and its rate. We're seeing some lightning. Let's track some lightning. So yeah, if you're under any of these storms, we really are seeing a lot of lightning. In fact, the last 30 minutes, our lightning tracker has detected over 400 strikes all across central Ohio. So I used a view from about the Cleveland area, stretching all the way back toward the Indiana line, just to see where the lightning's been over the past 30 minutes. Not a lot here in Columbus, but certainly in Newark, Mount Vernon, and certainly up near Bucyrus and Mansfield. Those have been a light show up that way. All right, so let's see if we can look at a hail history, which is a radar product that tracks the history of large hail. And some areas of note are not surprising to me. I am nearly certain that some of our large hail reports are going to be from about the north side of Hilliard, Dublin, Worthington, south side of Westerville, Blendon Township, so that's 270 and State Route 3 there by Dempsey Road. I wonder if we're going to get some hail reports from there. Again, this is not the current hail threat. This is hail that's already happened. All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30. Yes. Okay, these are for the same areas that we had earlier. So let's try to get a look at that. All right, hold on one sec. I'm going to try to reset the radar here so we have an accurate picture of what's going on. Okay. Yes. So this severe thunderstorm warning is for southern Coshocton, northwestern Guernsey, northern Muskingum again, and southern Tuscarawas County. That's going to run until 9:30, which is the same exact area that had hail 3 hours ago. So looking at our live radar, the storm doesn't look terribly impressive on radar at the moment. But one of the issues with this region of Ohio is we're getting a bit far away from the radar sites. We have a radar site in Cleveland, one in Wilmington, and one in Pittsburgh. And this is nearly in the middle of all of that. So it's harder to see storms here, but I'm not seeing anything too terribly impressive right now. But what we can do is slice the storm and see if we have any indication that the storm may be either not necessarily building, but we can also see if the storm or how high the storm is, I should say. So let's try to do that. See if we can get a height on this storm. Okay, wow. This storm is pretty impressive in height. For a cold weather storm, now that the cold front has passed, this storm is about 40,000 feet tall, with the top end maybe even up to 45 to 50,000 feet. The core of the storm appears to be between 20 and 30,000. I'm not seeing a lot of impressive hail signatures here, but again, it has a history of it, and we can certainly talk about some of the other potential it has for some damage. All right, well, while we're resetting our radar here, let's take a look at where the cold front is at the moment. The cold front already pushed through a lot of the areas that are currently seeing severe hail. In fact, this is something we don't see very often, where the cold front passes and then all the severe weather is behind it. Usually we have situations where the cold front drives the severe weather by pushing basically providing a lifting mechanism for all that warm, moist air to lift up and produce strong thunderstorms. Well, that's not what's happening here. What we're doing is now tapping into some upper level energy. And in this relatively rare case, we're getting some hail producing storms. Okay, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Richland County, Marion, Morrow, and Knox County. Okay, so that is going to be here. Oh, also Delaware County as well. All right, so we've got a lot going on here. And I'm getting yet another report from the Weather Service. So let's try to piece all this together and make sure we're getting the warnings out to the right folks now. So, all right, so we've got that new warning for Richland, Marion, Morrow, and Knox. And we also have that same warning for Delaware and Union. So this severe thunderstorm warning is pretty much for all of the folks living on screen right now, or at least in my view. So this is the storm. So again, in Marion, we mentioned that you had about 20 minutes ago. Your time is up to protect your car, if that was your plan. That's if you're in Marion. Now, if you're in Mount Gilead, which is right here in the center of Morrow County is where Mount Gilead is, you've got a little bit of time. You have maybe 10 minutes to get your car in a garage or in a carport. And this is also now in effect for southern Richland. So even though we had a thunderstorm move through Lexington and Belleville already, the storm that is severe that's heading toward those communities is still back in Marion County. So you could get a second round, again, if you're in southern Richland County, even though that strong hail core that was over Mansfield not long ago, that's now pushed east into Ashland County. But if you look out into Millersburg, that's Holmes County there, that is a pretty impressive hail signature there. So what we're mostly concerned about, though, is this one in Marion County, and we also have up in northern Union County as well. So yeah, we've got a lot going on. Wow. And it's not over, because we're looking back here in Indiana as well. So we have this powerful looking hailstorm between Muncie, Indiana and Ohio. That, yes, it's not in our area, but it is to our west and could be here in the next hour or so. And then we also have some of those hail producers that are off to the east. Looks like we could have some large hail potential in eastern Richland County, just south of Lucas. So that's going to be near Pleasant Hill Lake. Now that's probably about east of Malabar Farm, but it's heading towards Mohican State Park. So Mohican State Park is near Loudonville. So you're going to see that potential there, right there along US 3 that connects Loudonville, Perrysville there. So probably not a whole lot of campers tonight this time of year, but certainly something to look out for those who might be maybe camping in the cabins there that they have at Mohican. But really the main one we're concerned about is this one that's straddling the Marion and Union County line. So that's right here. Some hail potential. It doesn't look terribly impressive at the moment, but if you're in Marion, you're going to be wanting to look out for that one. North of Delaware, so this is at the village of Ashley along, actually Ashley's along 42 here. This is US 23 that heads up towards Marion. So really along 23 or 42, you're going to want to be really looking out for it. Again, Mount Gilead, you've got a little bit of time to go move the car, but really not a whole lot of time left anymore. Marion, you're out of time. LaRue, the town of LaRue, which is in Marion County, it's sitting on top of you right now. And if you're in Mount Vernon, you could still have the potential for this storm to impact you. So I would not let your guard down yet if you're in Mount Vernon. I would not let your guard down if you're in Centerburg. We do have a couple storms that could be heading your way. And then we're also still looking at this very, very impressive looking storm out in Shelby County, Ohio, that's about to cross I-75. And as soon as it crosses I-75, it's not going to be long before it's in Logan County. So our friends in Logan County, including Indian Lake, Bell Fountain, Valley High, and then Marysville, you'd be next. So we still have a severe thunderstorm watch. So let's talk about that. A severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. So just to kind of go over the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch means that severe weather is possible. We have the ingredients in the atmosphere, and depending on where you are, those ingredients may not be together yet. It may not be storming where you are, but it could later through the evening. A warning means that it is happening or is about to happen very soon. So many locations are under both a watch and a warning right now, which again, I understand can be confusing, but we do have that watch in effect until midnight for a lot of our counties. In fact, all of our counties, I should say. It's everyone shaded in purple here, stretching all the way up to about Cleveland, all the way to Cincinnati. Pretty much the whole state of Ohio, except for the lakeshore counties, are under this severe thunderstorm watch because the ingredients are there despite the cold front having already passed. And here's the threat. Just to take a look at what we could be dealing with, we had Sean from Johnstown send this image in earlier. This was the storm from about 3 hours ago, late in the 5 o'clock hour, around 5:45. But we already have the potential for some of these storms to do this again. So this is why we are continuing to stay live here on 10 TV Plus, tracking this storm and looking out for hail, which this would roughly be the size of maybe a ping pong ball. If you take a look at his two fingers, probably about the same size as mine here, that would be roughly a ping pong ball sized hailstone, maybe even bigger like a golf ball. And a lot of the National Weather Service warnings that we're getting are indicating exactly that. They're seeing radar signatures that basically show the potential for these large hail events within a thunderstorm. The good news is, if you're watching right now, we are not under a tornado threat. This is a non-tornado situation. What happens is when the cold front passes, which it already has, it's sitting down here, these thunderstorms that are developing north of the cold front in the cold sector have had all its energy lifted upward. We call these an elevated storm. So the cloud base is really, really high related to a thunderstorm. In this case, tornadoes don't really spin up. You need the cloud base to be lower to the ground for a tornado situation. That's not the case here. We do not have tornado energy with this. In fact, we don't even have a whole lot of damaging wind threat with this. Yes, we could have a gusty storm. Yes, it could get windy, and maybe we could have a very isolated report of damage caused by a thunderstorm. But really, the threat with these storms is the hail. When you have one of those up in the atmosphere elevated storms, the primary threat usually is hail because the air temperature is so cold up there that a lot of that precipitation ends up freezing into a big ice ball where it's well below freezing up in the atmosphere, and then gravity takes over and it hits the ground. So that's why we're seeing a hail threat tonight rather than a wind or a tornado threat. So we will be continuing with us for quite some time. Our current hail tracker does not show anything too impressive, although I'm looking out to our west. Now, this is the kind of hail signature that I'd be looking on our hail tracker that could be producing golf ball size hail. That's out in Indiana right now. Also, that storm out in Shelby County near I-75. That one's showing not as impressive of a signature, but still there. And we're seeing some radar signatures for hail. I see this little gray area out near just to the northeast of Newark. There's Frazeysburg, another location that was impacted earlier today. It doesn't look like much, but is where the hail potential would be in Licking County right now. So Frazeysburg and Dresden, you should be inside away from windows, just in case we're looking at round 2, which is certainly possible here. So if we look at that storm, which we should do because it's been a moment since we've looked at that storm. This storm is, with the hail core, it looks like it's going just north of Frazeysburg. So it looks like it's really going to straddle the Coshocton-Muskingum County line right here. So that does still mean Frazeysburg and Dresden, you'll need to watch out for this. This does have the potential for some large hail. And that includes towns like Virginia, a small town in southern Coshocton County, Linton. This is State Route 60 here that runs between State Route 541 and Dresden there. So Frazeysburg getting a lot of rain. That's State Route 16. State Route 79 back in Licking County, you're looking clear. And it does look like Licking County is in the clear right now. So that's good news if you're there. But if you're in northern Muskingum, this is round 2 for you essentially today. Okay. Let's just update folks south of Columbus. If you're south of Columbus right now, you're doing just fine. Temperatures are still warm. We have no severe weather south of I-70 at the moment. So Circleville, Washington Courthouse, Lancaster, Logan, Chillicothe. That does not mean you won't. It just means that right now, your severe weather threat is not occurring. You are still under a severe thunderstorm watch, meaning that the ingredients are there and the potential could occur later. But you're not seeing it right now. The orange boxes, those are those severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are areas where we expect at least a strong thunderstorm over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes, or it's potentially right on top of you. All right, why don't we track this storm moving through Marion County right now. It looks like the heaviest of this is south of Marion right now, but it is about to cross US 23, so that's going to be between Marion and Delaware there, right along the Marion and Delaware County line. So this will be moving into Morrow County very soon, so Mount Gilead, US 42, between Richland and Marion County there. And then we also still have some heavy rain from Lexington to Belleville. So if you're in Lexington or Belleville, I still wouldn't let your guard down just yet, but it looks like the worst of that storm is probably going to pass to your south. I think that's going to be impacting southern Marion, northern Delaware, and southern Morrow County. So this hail core will be heading again toward the village of Ashley. That's right here along the Morrow-Delaware County line, and then stretching back towards I-71. So that's going to be exit 140. There's that new Sheet station there, and that bridge that says Morrow County. That's the exit I'm talking about. So down in, believe that's Bennington Township down that way. So anyone in southern Morrow, northern Delaware will be needing to look out for that. And of course in Mount Vernon, you know, where this is still off to your west here, and you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for that reason. So even though things may seem to have gotten better in Mount Vernon, I wouldn't let your guard down just yet. We are watching that storm. Okay, so this is another one I really want to watch. It's currently over I-75. This is Shelby County, but it's moving quickly. We're talking, these storms have now picked up speed. We're moving at highway speed now, about 60 miles per hour. So if you're in Bell Fountain, you've got about 15 minutes if you want to protect your car or any outdoor items from potential hail damage and maybe even getting tossed around in the wind. We're looking at wind at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So it's not what we call a severe wind gust, which is greater than 58. But still, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind can do some minor damage and certainly toss the yard around a little bit. The main reason why we have these severe thunderstorm warnings, though, is because of the hail threat. And that's along I-75 there. So Bell Fountain, you're not in the warning yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a severe thunderstorm warning issued just for you. If you could hold on one sec, I am going to see if we can get any more word from the National Weather Service here. Basically, we get this word from the Weather Service a couple of ways. One, we get it through our printer here in the Weather Center, and we also have a direct line with them that helps us get some information. So I just want to put some more paper in the printer there. We've used a lot tonight with all the severe weather that we've had, so we'll get that going. All right. Let's see here. Wow, yeah, these storms back to the west are still looking very scientifically impressive. Dangerous for sure, especially that one back in Indiana still. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that for a good amount of time. All right, so that Marion County storm, Delaware County storm we've looked at. Back down to this one, northern Muskingum and southern Coshocton County again. Okay, so this is north of Frazeysburg, Dresden, same spots that earlier today we saw the hail damage from earlier. We saw those very large hailstones out in Johnstown. That storm tracked through about 3 hours ago, and then this one now does pose the threat for some very large hail. It's really straddling the Muskingum and Coshocton County line, and that is moving very quickly east at about 60 miles per hour. Here's something we haven't looked at in a while. The impact of the cold front. This is quite an impressive situation here, not something we see all that often, where temperatures have dropped significantly. And this is not an error. It's 81 in Jackson. It's 37 in Mansfield and Bucyrus. A significant intrusion of Arctic air is taking over. And that's why we're in a very unique severe weather situation. These are not storms that produce tornado threats. These are storms that are occurring after dark, which, yes, tornadoes can happen after dark. But what's happened is these storms are developing behind the cold front. And that's very, very difficult for tornadoes to develop. You need a source of warm, moist air to do that. And that's just not what's happening. What's happening is all that storm energy that we gain during the day gets basically undercut by the cold front and pushed up well into the atmosphere where it's very, very cold. We get the cold temperatures at the surface that we feel, but it's even colder way above our heads, and that's what's producing the hail, where all that liquid moisture is congealing into large chunks of ice, which forms hail, and then gravity takes over and it hits the ground. So we've got a very dynamic and relatively rare severe weather situation here where large hail is the main concern in an early spring environment. And it certainly feels like summer in MacArthur and winter in Mansfield, right here all in central Ohio. And the temperatures for all of us over the next 12 hours, if it's not cold where you're at right now, well, it will be by the morning. So for your morning commute tomorrow, I would expect temperatures anywhere. So this is not just Columbus, this is not just Mansfield, this is not just Athens, this is all over central Ohio. The temperatures will be dipping down into the mid-30s. So we're still going to have a few lingering showers around 11 to midnight, but we will be in good shape there. Okay, our director Kyle has told me that we have a ODOT camera in Marion that we'd like to get to. So yeah, let's do that. See how things are going out in Marion. Okay, yeah, it's looking like very heavy rain there. So this is going to be US 23 at State Route 95 in Marion. All right, let's get there. Yes, so really the threat right now in Marion is heavy rain. We're seeing a lot of lightning, so it's certainly, whenever you see lightning, being indoors is the best safe spot to be. Of course, you know, not taking a shower, not really being connected to anything with copper like pipes or electricity. We used to say don't be on the phone during a thunderstorm, but you know, with all of us having cell phones these days, that's not as much of a threat. But we're seeing a lot of lightning. Even if you're not getting hail at your house, you may be getting some, certainly some heavy rain and some frequent lightning. These are big lightning storms as well. So thank you, Kyle, for that. But let's get you to Marion on radar here, and we can see those lightning bolts on our satellite and radar where we're seeing lightning. So Mount Gilead, your time's up to protect your home. The good news is, though, in Morrow County, I'm not entirely seeing a lot of the pinks and whites on the radar that usually give us indication that some hail may be occurring. It seems to maybe be weakening, or what we call cycling. So cycling is when a storm weakens but then has the potential to strengthen a little bit in the future. So again, it's a severe storm, but our hail potential at the exact moment seems to be okay, but we're going to keep an eye on it. So I would still say stay away from windows in Mount Gilead, anywhere in Morrow County along US 42. I don't advise travel along I-71 right now, at least I-71 north of Columbus. Pretty much anywhere between here and Cleveland is not good travel right now. And we're seeing these new lightning bolts show up. So that means the storm is actively producing lightning and actively has energy. We need energy for all of that electrical energy in lightning. So that's what's going on right now. These storms still have a decent amount of energy. All right, here we go. This storm does not have actually I stand corrected. This storm does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it now for Logan County, all of Logan County. Not surprised there, because it's still showing a lot of the same structure it had back when it was in Shelby County. So let's try to get an update from the National Weather Service on that one, which is probably going to be our strongest storm for the next while or so. Currently about to impact Bellefontaine, but if you're in Marysville, you maybe have about 20 minutes if you haven't already made some adjustments to your home or found a safe spot, although it is nighttime. I know a lot of us are probably indoors watching. And of course, we do appreciate you joining us here on 10 TV Plus tonight as we track these storms. But again, there's the hail core. It's now moving into Logan County from Shelby County. So this is now our area of coverage here at 10 TV, so we're certainly concerned. Plus, this warning does extend into Union County, and I would want to alert the folks in Marysville about it as well. So Marysville, that's the Honda plant. Anywhere in Union County really could be under the gun, especially north of Marysville. So that's going to be anywhere along State Route 4, US 23, a lot of rural spots up there, but certainly very, very important areas that we want to cover. And this is all behind the storm in Delaware County. So if you're in Delaware County, you've got another one 25 minutes behind you. So don't let your guard down just yet. We're going to see more severe thunderstorm warnings issued. Most of this tracking north of Columbus right now. In fact, the Columbus Metro, we're pretty quiet here in Franklin County. We had that very strong storm in Dublin, Worthington, and Westerville, but we're pretty quiet right now other than some light rain and maybe even some drizzle stretching all the way back down to Grove City, out towards Lincoln Village, out near Hilliard-Rome Road, out that way. But that's about all the rain that we're seeing here right now. So, but up to the north, if you're anywhere in the northern portion of central Ohio, I should say, we just have thunderstorm after thunderstorm after thunderstorm that just keep on coming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a loop on our radar here just so we can see the scope of what is going on and why, if you're north of Columbus, your threat is not over yet. We see all these storms essentially training across the corridor between US 30 and about US 36. Those are the two US highways that we seem to be right in between right now. And it seems like we have storm off to our east, storm, storm, and then storm, and even back in Indiana as well. There is light at the end of the tunnel, but we're still going to be tracking this for quite some time as these thunderstorms move out of the area. Now, if you're south of Columbus, it does appear that these will be slowly shifting south. So I would keep an eye on things for the next couple of hours. So if you're about to go to bed and you live south of Columbus, south of I-70, have a way to receive warnings. Have a way to awaken if a storm does impact you. This is not going to be a situation where tornado sirens go off because we're not looking at a tornado situation. But it would be a good idea to at least be aware of any severe thunderstorms with some large hail, especially if you sleep on the second floor of your home and your roof is right ahead of you. It might be a good idea to relocate to the first floor or the basement. Even though this is not a tornado situation, it's still a good idea to put as many walls and as many ceilings or roofs between you and the outside as you possibly can. And that's the situation we're looking at right now. Okay, so that's the bigger picture. And this, again, is stretching all the way back into Indiana here. We have severe thunderstorm warnings even back in Illinois. So these are the storms that could be impacting our southern communities a little bit later. So why don't we pause this? We'll pause the loop and see where our strongest storms are right now. Okay, so this was the one that we mentioned earlier that was tracking over the same spot that it did about 3.5 hours ago. We have a small hail core in southern Coshocton County. If you're in Frazeysburg or Dresden in Muskingum County, it looks to me that you're in the clear. You're still in the warning, but I believe this storm is far enough north of you that you're going to be okay. And it's still going to be tracking into northern Guernsey County. It looks like this will be north of Cambridge this time, maybe into Tuscarawas County if we have anybody from T County watching us. But that one will be moving out of our coverage area soon. This one stretching from, wow, all the way up here, again, towards Route 30 near Mansfield. Again, you're getting more heavy rain, thunder, and lightning where we already had a hail threat. It doesn't seem like the hail threat's all that high here in Richland County from this one. So Mansfield, Ontario, Lexington, Belleville, Lucas even, you're going to be okay. I think it's farther south into Morrow and Delaware and eventually potentially Knox County again, where we could see that larger hail threat. There's a lot of lightning with this storm. We see a lot of our lightning bolts really becoming apparent. This is US 42. All along US 42 in Morrow and in Delaware County is going to be very much a light show tonight. And then once you track into Knox County, you're going to be seeing a lot of lightning with this as well. So it's quite the impressive storm system that keeps on giving when it comes to our lightning and hail threat. Now, not a big wind threat anymore. Again, some of these storms could bring some gusty storms. We're looking at about 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts, which isn't necessarily the definition of a damaging wind, but it could toss a lot around and really cause a headache for a lot of folks out there. All right, now this storm's had another history of quite a hail threat. Now about to impact Bell Fountain. So Bell Fountain, it's too late to really do much about that. Hopefully you're indoors and safe. A lot of lightning here, a lot of rain, and right where we see the pinks on the radar, that's where we're seeing some of those strong hail returns on radar, where the reason for the National Weather Service issuing the severe thunderstorm warning would be for that. And it's about to cross US 68, soon US 33, and we're really going to have to watch out here in Marysville as well, because that would be the next in line. And if it holds together, back in Delaware and Morrow counties again. Maybe even the north side of Franklin County here in the next 30 minutes or so, the same spot that had a very impressive hail signature that really blew up near Linworth and Worthington, tracked through Westerville, and then made its way into New Albany and Johnstown after we had those hailstones earlier. Speaking of, if you've just joined us since I've last shown the image, our hailstone picture that we got earlier from Sean is really quite remarkable, given the nature of the day today. This was in Johnstown about 5:30 to 5:45 in the evening. So this was the first round of strong thunderstorms that we had. And you can see how big they are. They're about the width of two of his fingers together. So that's about a golf ball, maybe ping pong ball size hail. But either way, these are the types of hailstones we've been tracking this evening. And these not only can hurt, but they could potentially cause injury to humans and animals, and certainly some damage to cars. And obviously, windows and cars are less important than our lives, but it's important to know what the impacts are from a large hail event like this. So thank you, Sean, for sending that in. And I would not be surprised if we get hail reports like that from several of these storms tonight. And we're going to be tracking those reports very, very closely here soon. All right, I believe we have a new warning coming in. Let's get the details on that. All right, yes, I'm not surprised by this. New severe thunderstorm warning for Morrow and Knox County again, and it's for that storm we've been tracking. So basically this is a sort of a kind of a continuation of the same regions that have been impacted for really the last half hour or so. It's this storm right here I've got on screen, rolling across I-71 right at about exit 140. So again, that's that bridge that says Morrow County on it. There's a Sheets and a Pilot there if you've ever gotten off the highway there, if you live nearby. The Groovy Plants Farm is nearby. And this will be tracking into Knox County here very soon. So Centerburg right there along 62, Mount Vernon, Gambier, so Mount Vernon Nazarene University. We're talking about Kenyon College, places that we've already seen impacts that could potentially have that happening again. So meteorologist Aaron White is here behind the scenes right now tracking this storm, moving very, very quickly. I believe we're moving east at 50 miles per hour. So in Fredericktown, that's about 9:32. Mount Vernon, you're going to see this at 9:49. So within the next 15 to 25 minutes, not long. Five Corners, that's just to the east of Centerburg. We're looking at that arrival time. Okay, we have our director Kyle has a new ODOT camera. Wow, there we go. There it is. There's that Morrow County bridge I was just talking about. Lots of lightning here. Wow. Again, that's exit 140 along I-71 in Morrow County, just north of the Delaware County line. This camera coming to us, probably right behind this camera is where that Sheets and the Pilot Flying J is right there. So, wow, lots of lightning. So a light show driving up I-71. So what this means is if you had plans to travel or know anyone traveling north on I-71, it's going to be a bumpy ride all the way to Cleveland, basically. We're talking about these thunderstorms producing lots of lightning, hail potential, heavy rain. I would not advise a trip up I-71 right now because, I mean, we're looking at heavy rain right now from exit 131, so that's the Delaware-Sunbury exit, all the way up to exit 169, that's the Snow Trails exit. So it's going to take you a long time. That's a long stretch of highway there that could be an issue. So this is quite impressive light show. And right there, just north of where this camera is, I believe, is where the hail core is. So between 42 and 71, that's where that hail core potentially is. And we're looking at maybe quarter-size hail out of this. So about an inch in diameter is the type of hail that we're going to be seeing here. And we see a truck that is pulling over under an overpass here. And while that is a safe spot for truckers, I just want to make sure that folks understand that if you're going to be pulling over under an overpass, make sure you're fully pulled over into the shoulder, because if you pull under the overpass in the lanes, you're blocking traffic behind you and you're basically making them sitting ducks. So it's really important to have some highway etiquette here, and it seems like these truckers are doing exactly that. They're trying to pass each other safely and shelter their trucks potentially from some hail here that could be falling, and they're making sure to not block the highway there. So that's a good plan by the truckers there. But wow, that is a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning. I'm quite impressed by it. Aaron, welcome.
Hey, hey, Mike. Busy evening here.
Yes,
we've got a lot of
yes.
warnings popping up here, and a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued here by the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh. This is also for Coshocton County, Guernsey County. This is going to be for the storm that is moving to just south of Coshocton right now. Pretty good hail core on that storm, and they are warning it for $half size hail, so about the size of maybe a ping pong ball, similar to that. That's what we are tracking here right now. Again, that is south of Coshocton. If we can take a look at weather 2 right now, you'll see that this is a look at that thunderstorm here. Just again, the main core of the storm is going to pass just south of Coshocton, north of Cambridge. But you can see it right there, that bright area of pink. That is pretty good signature, Mike, that we're seeing at least a good hail core on that storm. We've been seeing that all afternoon. These storms have been producing many reports of hail. We had hail on the North Metro. We had hail in parts of Licking County earlier. Numerous thunderstorms that are becoming severe, and that's why we have just so many warnings in effect. And there are going to be times where we do get some gusty winds with these storms as well. Right now, the concern, again, is going to be that storm. This is the newest warning that we have there for that storm that is moving there in southern parts of Coshocton County. You can see the warning right there for winds less than 50 miles per hour, but that potential for some ping pong ball size hail. And Mike, we got several warnings here in effect now.
We really do. It's been a very active evening since about just after 8 o'clock that we saw our first severe thunderstorm warning that popped up just around the Dublin, Worthington, Powell area, and that has now really turned into a very widespread severe weather event. And we have this strong thunderstorm that we just showed you the ODOT cam for out in Morrow County, but then we have this very strong storm out between Bellefontaine and Urbana, so that's northern Champaign County, southern Logan County, and if you're in Marysville, I would really be looking out for this. You're not under the severe thunderstorm warning now. I would not be surprised if you're put under a severe thunderstorm warning very soon, because this is one of those hail cores that have been the strongest hail core I've seen in about 20 to 30 minutes, so it seems to be strengthening a little bit. So thank you, Aaron, for drawing that. Let's get you some times on when these storms may arrive. Marysville, you're looking at 9:45, so again, that's about 15 minutes. North Lewisburg, 9:34, that's about 3.5 minutes. Powell in Delaware. So a lot of folks living in this southern region of Delaware County. Powell at 10:11 and Delaware at 10:01, and then Dublin, Westerville, Worthington, spots that have already been impacted by large hail. This could impact you again. This is right along 270, that area that about an hour ago we had that very impressive hail core. This could be round 2 for you. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely as it marches off to the east there. So yeah, Aaron, this is quite the night.
Yeah, and these storms are moving at a pretty good clip. We're talking about 45, 50 miles per hour. And you're looking at this storm that we're putting that track on. But keep in mind, we're also tracking that severe thunderstorm that Mike was just talking about. We saw the ODOT camera crossing I-71. This storm is going to be moving over that same area on Interstate 71. So likely, some areas are not going to see a lot of storm activity tonight, but others are seeing 1 round, 2 rounds, maybe 3 rounds of storms, and that's going to have some impacts, of course, with that hail potential. This storm does look like it has that sort of shape that we could be talking about, maybe some more gusty winds with this one as it's moving through Bell Fountain right now and eventually heading towards, well, maybe about the next hour or so, getting closer to Delaware and Powell. So that is one of the more intense signatures that we've seen so far tonight. And I want to actually take a look at the hail, if we can, on that thunderstorm and see if it loads here. And there's a little bit of hail there. So we're watching that right now. And it sounds like we have another ODOT camera. This one is out of the Marysville area, if we can take a look at that. So
wow.
Yeah, a little bit of shaking there. You know, we've had some gusty winds so far today, so not surprised to see the camera shaking. You can kind of see some lightning off in the distance. It looks like this is pointed towards the south and west from the Marysville area, so that's going to be kind of heading towards the, looking towards maybe the southern extent of the storm, but actually kind of right towards where that hail core really is at. And wow, look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a lot of lightning for, you know, these thunderstorms, especially this time of year. You know, normally we talk about really high dew points to get a lot of static electricity in the atmosphere and allow for so much lightning. And there has been some today. I mean, keep in mind, our temperatures got up into the mid to upper 80s. We set record highs. We had dew points getting up in close to the lower 60s today. So everything kind of coming together for these showers and thunderstorms. And Mike, now this is what we're seeing ever since about 5 p.m. We saw little blips on the radar, and then those kind of bubbled up pretty quickly to become severe. And that was the beginning of it.
Yeah, we've been tracking these storms for, like you just said, about 4.5 hours now. And primarily this has been a hail threat. We saw some large hail, up to golf ball size hail in some spots. And as Aaron just mentioned, that storm that's just off to the west of this one is also starting to show the shape and the radar signature that may indicate that we're looking at some wind potential, which hasn't been a major factor for us this evening. In reality, this has been mostly a hail event, but now this storm might be the one that produces a damaging wind gust or two. And right now, if we use our velocity, so we use this velocity a lot in tornado situations to tell where rotation might be happening. That is not the case tonight. This is not a tornado threat at all. There's one good news piece out of this one. But what we can still use this velocity product for is to literally see how fast the wind is going. And right now we see a velocity of about 45 miles per hour. This is just along the southern fringe of Logan and Champaign County. So that's the county line there. But the reason why we're concerned is because Marysville's not far away from it. So if you're in Marysville, this could be something that could be impacting you really in the next 15 minutes or so, or even less. This is a very fast-moving storm. Thankfully, we're not seeing any rotation. Again, this is not a tornado type of night. The cloud bases are very elevated. Most of the energy for these storms is trapped in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. So that's good news in keeping the tornadoes away, but it's bad news for hail. This is the perfect setup for some hail. It's not a very common type of severe weather night here in Ohio, especially in late March. We broke a record high temperature in Columbus today, so this is kind of a unique setup for us. All right, so Aaron is tracking the hail potential. This is US 68 right here. So this is going to be straddling the county line heading into Union County here in the next 10 minutes or so, but we're seeing about an inch hail. So that's meets the criteria of a severe thunderstorm, where the hail is about an inch in diameter, so think a U.S. quarter, a coin, and that would be tracking east very, very quickly at about, what, 50 to 60 miles per hour, Aaron, I think is what it is?
Yeah, about 50 miles per hour. So, I mean, that storm's moving at a pretty good clip, and, I mean, if you draw, I mean, looking at its movement, pretty much east, maybe a little east-southeast, so that may take the hail core slightly south of Marysville, but getting closer towards Milford Center and Unionville Center, Plain City perhaps, if that stays on that same course. But right now it does have that east-southeast movement. And I mean, even if we don't see the hail, we're still going to see a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning. You can see it on the ODOT camera there looking southwest from the Marysville area. There's been numerous flashes here in just the last 30 minutes. We've seen some bright flashes, and we've seen that, I feel like, Mike, with every single thunderstorm that's happened here this evening.
Yes.
So it's been kind of a wild night for these storms, and of course some of them are producing the hail. Thankfully, as Mike has mentioned, it's not too much of a concern with that tornado potential. We haven't seen any of that really here tonight, which is definitely some good news. But still, even when we get this hail, it's still concerning, of course.
Absolutely. And with the hail, we saw some very large hail earlier today before the sun set out near Johnstown. We had a Sean who sent us that picture of the hail in his hand. There it is. Yeah, this is damaging hail. This is the reason why all these warnings are being issued, because a lot of these storms, even if it doesn't dump this in your yard, it could be anywhere around you that hail core, that one little area, dumps some damaging hail. And we can even see in the picture here too that this storm had some small hail with it. So you're going to see sometimes small hail accompanied with a few instances of very large damaging hail. And that's the amount of caution the National Weather Service is using on a night like tonight. Well, I would say the majority of us won't see large chunks like that, but it'll be in enough areas that we have to be very, very careful. And this is worth mentioning as well. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to run until midnight tonight for all the counties shaded in purple. That's pretty much all of our counties. Crawford County has been pushed out of it. Thankfully, I do believe that the severe weather threat for Crawford and Wyandotte counties has ended. But for the rest of us, even south of Columbus, where you have not seen any storms yet tonight, we could see this activity sink to the south as we work our way through the next couple of hours. So we're going to be tracking this very, very closely until about 11 to midnight tonight. And then after that point, I do believe our severe weather threat will diminish once we get into the overnight hours. And it looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, don't we?
Yeah, I can hear it coming off the printer right now. So this severe thunderstorm warning, this is going to be including Marysville and Delaware. Just kind of cuts off right before Franklin County. But this is going to be for that same thunderstorm that we're tracking. And now starting to kind of see that shift to that more southeasterly trend with that storm. But I'm going to grab it here and just see what they're updating, if it's anything has changed. Right now, they are actually updating it to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Okay.
So
yeah.
We saw that signature that may be indicating that there might be some more wind with this storm, but also that potential for quarter-size hail, and the source actually coming from trained weather spotters in the area.
Okay, so it's verified then.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So and that is sort of a new event this evening. Is this has been primarily a hail-driven event, but now these storms are strong enough that not only are we seeing hail, but we're seeing these upper level or mid-level atmospheric winds get transferred down to the surface, which in this type of situation isn't super common. That's why it hasn't been a big threat for us this evening, but now it really is transitioning to that. And like Aaron said, they're starting to drift south. So we could be seeing spots, even though you're not in the warning right now, but if you were in Dublin, Worthington, Westerville, and you got that big hail, don't let your guard down this just yet, because this storm could be heading your way in the next, I would say, maybe 20 to 30 minutes again here on the north side of Columbus. And Marysville, you're almost out of time. It's pretty much on top of you, as we just saw from that ODOT camera.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this storm. So this is moving to the southeast at 40 miles per hour or so, drawing that out and moving right, I'd say right about that. That could eventually take it into the north part of the Columbus metro. Again, some of the same areas that had that hail, Dublin up towards Worthington. So this is, again, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour, being warned for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there has been quarter-size hail observed within that thunderstorm. So we are looking at this moving towards the Richwood area about 9:45, so 5 minutes from now. Marysville, this is going to be impacting you. 9:48, getting closer to Delaware around 10:06, Ashley 10:12, Powell 10:16, Dublin 10:22. And then Westerville, closer to about 10:30, maybe a couple minutes before, if that storm does start to pick up a little bit more speed. And I think they are kind of doing that. I mean, 40 miles per hour, a lot of these storms are moving closer to 50 miles per hour. So, give it or take 5 minutes when you look at these times here on the map.
Absolutely, and some of the storms, even within the last hour, have had 60-mile-per-hour forward speed. So these are moving very quickly, and the difference between 40 and 60 miles per hour, sure, means a few minutes in our calculations here. But the reality is, if you're anywhere north of Columbus right now, you still do have the threat for some strong thunderstorms this evening. So I would stay put if you're inside. Hopefully you're watching us on 10 TV Plus, maybe on your TV. Hopefully not many have lost power, but if you have, you can still keep watching us on your phone. All right, so here is a hail signature that Aaron has pulled up for us, and this is right along State Route 245. So this is going to be in Champaign County. We see 0.7 inches, so that's just under an inch, so it's about severe limits. That's why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Union County, so that is Marysville, northern Madison County, and even if you're in Delaware County, you really should be looking out for this. And this hail history, wow, very impressive. I would not be surprised. So this is near Jackson Center, Ohio. That's where they make the Airstream trailers. I would not be surprised if we saw some very large hail reports there. And then south of Bell Fountain, we see very, very impressive hail core signatures there, and that's the same storm. And this is what has been really a remarkable storm all the way back in Indiana, and is now really moving into the core of central Ohio here. Wow, that's quite the track.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least where you see some of that blue showing up. I mean, quarter to maybe golf ball size, especially in that darker blue spot there just west of Bell Fountain. So it does appear like maybe there is a little bit of weakening going on when we look at this, the history of that. So definitely some good news. I mean, there is still that potential that we could see some quarter-size hail with this thunderstorm, and that potential for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. And you're looking on the map here, and also we're looking at towards the south and west. Again, you can see a lot of lightning on that ODOT camera. The storm really, really getting closer to Marysville. And once in a while, if we can take that ODOT camera full, once in a while you'll see those bright flashes and everything, and it looks like the front edge of the storm is really about to move over Marysville. I feel like there might be like a subtle shelf cloud, if you will, kind of the front edge of that storm. You can kind of see a little bit of a lowering really at the top of the screen there. So I wouldn't be surprised within, I would say, less than 5 minutes, we're probably going to get some pretty good winds. It looks like the camera's already shaking, so maybe that's just hitting right now.
Yeah, very well could be.
Yeah.
And this is, yeah, and not only that, but it seems like the wind threat ahead of it, up to 60 miles per hour, is certainly pretty much right on top of the camera here in Marysville, US 33. So the Honda plant probably already getting the heavy rain and the wind there. And then the hail just south, on the south end of the storm, is where that threat would be. So this is kind of a dual threat with this storm, with the wind ahead of it moving through the US 33 corridor right now, and that hail threat that's just to the south. So, and again, this warning is also in effect for Delaware County again. So if you're in Delaware County, the city of Delaware, just north of Powell, and even in northern Franklin County, where you're not in the warning yet, but you very well could be soon. This is, wow, that's certainly a lot of potential there for some decent hail, I think, as it moves into Union County.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And it looks like the lightning's right now trying to load. It says we're getting at least 60 strikes in this view. So, I mean, we can see it on the camera. I mean, there's so much lightning every, 5-10 seconds we're getting a flash,
Yeah.
or maybe even quicker than that. So definitely a lot of lightning with the storm. And then, of course, that hail core that really, it is getting really close to Marysville. North Lewisburg seeing that potential for hail. Woodstock, Milford Center likely is where that core is going to be going through. We'll have to watch the next couple of scans of the radar to see how close, because it does look like it does extend at least a little bit further to the north, where we're seeing some of that pink. So the south side of Marysville could definitely get clipped by some, at least some small hail. We could be talking about dime to penny size hail on the south end of Marysville. but still being warned for up to quarter size. And maybe if we see some strengthening, we might see some more ping pong ball size hail with that thunderstorm. And then we all have to, go back to the west, and we're still tracking another storm that's going to eventually be moving into, some of the same areas. And this one actually, Mike, I would say this one might be more concerning for the Columbus Metro, the one that's about to cross I-75, give it another hour and a half or so.
Absolutely. So this is right along I-75. This is Miami and Shelby County near Troy, Ohio. And because the storms have slightly started to shift to an east-southeast track, these are the types of storms that we could see once again impacting maybe the south side of Marysville, Plain City, and then maybe if it holds together, again, the same spots that have already had a hail threat: Dublin, Worthington, Westerville, Powell, Polaris area, Clintonville on the north side of Columbus even, maybe New Albany and Johnstown that have already seen 2 rounds of decent hail. And wow.
And look at that, yeah. It's gotten a little bit more intense.
Yeah, so we've seen some strengthening here. I believe it given what we just saw on radar. But hail size an inch there, is that what that looks like?
Yeah, about quarter size. So, it's gone up from the 0.7 that we last looked at. So not surprising to see that. And maybe this is a situation where we're starting to see enough of that colder air kind of, higher up in the atmosphere that these storms, they have enough energy still with them that they're able to collect some more rain, it freezes, and then eventually produces some of that larger hail. So it's going to kind of go, my guess is it's going to kind of go up and down a little bit here as we go through at least the next half an hour. Eventually everything's got a weekend, right?
It sure does. Okay. Our director Kyle now has a power outage map to share with us, and we've indicated that we have 585 outages near Polaris. Okay, so yes, I can imagine that's the case given that storm that came through earlier that really dumped a hefty amount of hail and potentially gusty wind in the Polaris area. So large hail can also damage electric infrastructure as well. It's one of the reasons why we alert about hail so much, is because not only can it hurt us, but it can hurt, we know cars, things made of glass, but also our electrical grid here. And it looks like that wind is really moving through Marysville right now, doesn't it? All that lightning and maybe some hail just to the south.
Yeah, that's definitely some strong winds. It probably at least gusting over 40 miles per hour, at least in that area, maybe even some higher gusts further south where that main core of the storm really is. But that's a lot of lightning. I feel like I said it before, I've talked a lot about it, especially when we get into the summertime, Mike, when we have those, high humidity days, we get a lot of static electricity in the atmosphere, and you can have lightning all over the place. And this kind of reminds you a little bit of that, maybe not quite as frequent, but still frequent enough for March.
Right, for sure. And that's what is so unique and impressive about today is we set a record high temperature. We got up to 86 degrees, I believe, at John Glenn Airport.
Yep.
And so very summer-like. Today was a summer day in a way, and now we're getting that summer-like thunderstorm activity. What's unique about this thunderstorm activity, though, is all of these storms are behind the cold front. We have already gotten quite cold. If you look at the bottom of your screen there, we have 47 degrees here at 9:49 at night, and you really have to have a lot of stored energy and cold air well above our heads in the mid levels of the atmosphere for this to work, and that's what's happening. The good news is that does shut down our tornado threat, though.
Yeah, which is definitely some good news and kind of concerning right now. Looking at the storm, I put this in motion over the last 30 minutes, and I feel like if you draw this out, this is going to take it really more into the Columbus Metro.
Right
like
here.
More into, even closer to downtown, perhaps. At least, especially the north side, north of I-70, the northern half of Franklin County, but. Definitely going to be concerned, and wouldn't be surprised if they extend that warning here pretty shortly.
I would agree, and so we're looking at places farther south than were impacted almost 2 hours ago, where we had Dublin, Worthington, Westerville. Now we're looking at Clintonville, downtown Columbus, Hilliard, Upper Arlington. So Aaron's going to put a track on this for us, and we're going to get some more precise times for arrival. So Unionville Center, so that's southern Union County, 9:56. That's about 5 minutes from now. The Dublin and Jerome Township area, 10:03. So we're about 13 minutes away from that. Powell, 10:11. Dublin, 10:14. Westerville, 10:23. So it doesn't take long. Only 9 minutes to get from Dublin to Westerville. If only we could do that on the roads safely, but their storms can certainly do that. Downtown, we're looking at 10:29. Gahanna and John Glenn International Airport at 10:37. Whitehall right near there at 10:38, and Reynoldsburg at 10:45. So you don't have a whole lot of time. Again, even if you're not in the warning, I would be prepared to be in another severe thunderstorm warning again. That is still for the same spots that have already had it. This is going to be another round of severe weather for you. And Aaron, this storm has really held together. I've been tracking this one since it was in Indiana, and it has cycled a little bit, but boy, it's really holding together.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we were watching those storms. They didn't have any warnings on them at a time when they were developing in Indiana, and then they kind of moved in. They really intensified the last couple of hours now, and they're holding their own. And we have really just kind of 3-4 clusters of storms zooming all out here that you can see where we have some warnings. Of course, that storm now north of Cambridge. So going to kind of actually, let's go shift to the east and we'll kind of work our way back to the west looking at all these different thunderstorms. And this one, again, north of Cambridge, this is going to be moving out towards the north and east. And I will say, looking at that storm, at least on the reflectivity here, has a little concern because there's that little hook that you see on the backside sometimes, and that can always be concerning for that potential for a tornado. But if we look at the velocity to picture, kind of messy, so not too necessarily concerned about that. But definitely a storm that is severe and likely producing at least quarter-size hail.
For sure, and this one is the same one that impacted portions of Licking County, northern Muskingum County. This was your round 2 storm, and unfortunately for northern Muskingum and Coshocton, this is your round 3. Now moving through Knox County, and soon, as you just saw that pop up on your screen, that new severe thunderstorm warning, that's now for Coshocton County. And when does that run until? Yeah,
so this is a brand new warning. This is going to go until 10:30. This is going to be 22 miles west of Coshocton, basically making a beeline for Coshocton. And this is moving east at 60 miles per hour.
Wow. Okay.
So this one's moving at a pretty good clip, and it has that potential for up to, they're calling for $half size hail, so about the size of maybe a ping pong ball. And they're saying less than 50 mile per hour winds with it. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some gusts up to 50. The thing to keep in mind is that this could still strengthen, and especially if it starts to kind of get that backward C shape, it almost kind of has that appearance to it right now. So we'll have to watch that. Usually you'll start to see that bow shape, and then that could lead to maybe winds getting closer to that 60 mile per hour threshold with that storm. But at least some hail and gusty winds are definitely high likelihood with this storm, as it will impact Coshocton here in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, for sure. And that is kind of a shift in really the threat over the last hour or so, where this was primarily a hail threat. And now we're starting to see some storms that are transferring a lot of wind energy out of the atmosphere and blasting it right here at the surface, which is what we care about, because we are looking at the potential for some damaging wind. Okay, so this is Coshocton County, so that includes the city of Coshocton. And like Aaron said, it's moving east at 60 miles per hour, so highway speed almost. So in Coshocton, it's going to be there at 10:13. Frazeysburg, round 3 for you at 10:07 this evening. So that also includes Dresden, which is just to the east of Frazeysburg. Cambridge, you're just north of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if you got it around the same time that Odell does. That's at 10:36. So if you're, again, in Guernsey County, you're going to need to be getting ready for round 3. And then as we push off to the east, that's going to be heading into Tuscarawas County, so Port Washington along I-77 there. So this storm, again, 60 mile per hour wind gust potential and that quarter-size hail. So it's 2 threats out of this storm. Thankfully, we're not looking at a tornado threat, but both of those severe weather threats can be just as damaging in some cases to not only structures, but infrastructure like electrical infrastructure, which we've already reported that there's about 500 people without electricity in northern Columbus in the Polaris area. And wow, this is an impressive signature here south of Marysville. Okay, so our director Kyle's going to give us a view of 33 eastbound heading towards Dublin, which is a good spot to look right now. Okay, we got a lot of heavy rain, that's for sure. A lot of lightning still, so this is a pretty populated area here. A lot of folks travel this stretch of US 33 every day, and while it is nighttime, this is a useful camera for all the folks that do live in the Dublin area, maybe Plain City, south of Marysville. So that's southern Union County. That might be the Post Road exit up there near all the shopping in that region that's going to be impacted by this storm very, very soon. So yeah, Dublin, Plain City, and a lot of southern Union County. A lot of lightning there too. That's really been an impressive part of our evening.
It has been. I mean, the amount of lightning that we're getting with these thunderstorms, and also just the hail aspect of it, because we've seen so many reports of hail around the North Metro, of course, parts of Licking County earlier, just east of I-71, and likely some hail falling south of Marysville right now, and back towards the west as that storm now has just crossed I-75. That's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's really following the same one. So these both are going to have some impacts on the Columbus Metro. I believe the one south of Marysville is going to be impacting at least the northern half of Franklin County, and the one behind it may be impacting more central and the southern part of Franklin County. So got a lot to kind of focus in on here in the next, I would say, at least the next hour, hour and a half, all the way through about 11:30 that these storms are going to be rolling through.
Right, and that does include some areas that we've had many that already have had round 2, round 3, and we've had some areas that have had no rounds yet. But some of those no round areas are going to be impacted by storms here within the next hour or so. Like Aaron said, between now and about 11:30 is where we're really going to be watching a lot of this, because these storms are starting to track a little bit to the southeast. So that's why I believe that this storm in southern Union County that has that strong looking hail core could be heading right for Dublin, Worthington, and Westerville yet again in the next 20 minutes or so. And I do believe that this one has a chance to dip a little bit farther south. So Hilliard, if you didn't get it, you're next. Maybe even Clintonville, Upper Arlington, stretching over towards Minerva Park and into New Albany again with round 3 for folks out in New Albany. So we'll be watching downtown Columbus, Grandview Heights. Not in the warning yet, but these are all spots with a large population that could be impacted by this impressive hail core that is really held together, which is right along State Route 38 here. This is State Route 161 that connects Dublin to Plain City. So it's going to follow that path. Like the ODOT camera we just saw, it's going to be along US 33. So Dublin, you should be watching out for this. So that even includes the Jerome Township part of Dublin, Powell, Orange Township. So that's 23, just north of Worthington. And even if you're in Worthington or Linworth, I would be really looking out for this, because wow, this is our new hail signature tracker here. And seeing those dark blues indicate that the hail is greater than 1 inch. So we're talking bigger than a quarter now, and that's the damaging hail threshold. That's what could break glass. So you're going to be wanting to be away from windows, especially if you have single paned windows. You still have a chance, maybe if you're in North Columbus, to protect your car, but not much time. And this is really round 2. So our efforts at this point are mostly wait and see what happens and stay safe now. I think staying safe now really is the key here. We have got this hail core, and then a county to the west, so all throughout Champaign County, is another one. So this one could impact North Columbus, and then this one could ride along US 36 and then track toward the northern half, maybe even southern half of Franklin County there as they begin their southwesterly track. So this is a situation that's not over yet. Again, if you have not gotten any storms yet, this may be your chance over the next hour to hour and a half to see some storms move through the area. And
yeah, and I mean, we're going to be watching these thunderstorms as they continue on. I mean, these are producing, tons of lightning, torrential rainfall. And we'll have to kind of watch that as we see some of these storms, especially the one north and west of Columbus, and then the one back to the west. If that starts to build in, there could be a potential for at least some localized street flooding. We'll be watching for that, and then also watching as the storm really gets closer to the North Metro here really shortly. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that severe thunderstorm warning extended here in just a short period of time, as this is going to be getting really close to Dublin, Hilliard, Powell, Westerville, and even getting closer to downtown Columbus. I think some of the hail will stay north of downtown, but impacting the same areas that got the hail earlier. I mean, we're talking Dublin, Westerville, Worthington, basically the northern part of the I-270 loop. Likely going to start getting some of that hail here pretty, I would say, within the next 15 to 30 minutes. We're going to start to see some of that building in. So looking at that storm right now, I'm going to go ahead and put another track on the entire storm, as it is going to be moving through, especially the northern part of Columbus, moving to the south and east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So that's going to be taken into Powell here in about the next 5 minutes. Dublin around 10:07, Westerville 10:17, downtown Columbus, if it does get that far south, closer to 10:22, Gahanna 10:29, and then even Johnstown. You know, we've talked about Johnstown multiple times today with that hail. This storm could also be impacting you once again, so this would be I believe the third storm for them here today, Mike.
It really would be, and that is why this is one of those nights where we just don't let our guard down. Even if it's kind of lightened up a little bit, maybe if the lightning has died down just for a moment, I would seriously consider what still may be off to our west. And we've even had some reports of power outages this evening. I think we had a little bit more than 500 outages. So the polygon that you see on your screen there, these are AEP power outage alerts. You'll notice that that's mostly the Polaris and Westerville area. So along Polaris Parkway, a lot of the businesses and residences along that area. So we're tracking about a little over 500 customers without power there. And hail can be damaging to electric infrastructure, so we're going to be having to watch that very closely as well. With this storm about to roll through the southern and eastern portion of Union County, and then this storm here, back here in Miami and Champaign and Clark County, that does have a track right at Columbus. From what we've seen on radar, it does seem that it's tracking that way, and they're moving very quickly. So Aaron's going to draw a track on this for us. I believe our forward speed's about roughly 60 miles per hour. So let's get some towns for you. So that's South Vienna. So if you've traveled west on I-70, that's roughly about exit 66 out that way. But for London at 10:38, Hilliard at 10:43, Dublin again at 10:45, downtown Columbus at 10:54, and our friends out in Gahanna at 10:59. So that includes John Glenn Airport. So this storms are very impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, just kind of watching the storms here now. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that we actually have now for the entire city of Columbus. So for everyone watching us on 10 TV Plus right now, we are going to go ahead and also continue on 10 TV if we can. So bear with us here just for a moment. We're going to do a little reset and update everyone on what's going on with this severe weather.
And in the meantime, I'm also going to try to get some hail report images. I have one out of Worthington that's 1.25 inches that I'm going to try to be able to show on TV for you guys, and get some other reports as well now that pretty much all of Franklin County is under the warning.
Yeah. thanks for joining us here as we are tracking some severe weather across central Ohio right now. We've been tracking these storms all afternoon through this evening on 10 TV Plus, and we do have some severe weather that is now impacting the Columbus Metro. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is for that storm that we've been tracking on 10 TV Plus for really the last hour or so, and it has potential for producing up to quarter-size hail and winds gusting over 50 miles per hour as the storm is tracking to the south and east right now. And this is impacting some of the same areas that were hit earlier this evening, just in the last about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, around 8 to 8:30. We had a storm that moved through the North Metro that produced some hail around Dublin over towards Worthington and Westerville. And this storm is going to be impacting some of those same locations. As you can see where that pink is showing up there, that's a strong indication that we're getting some hail with this thunderstorm. And there have been some confirmed hail reports just in the last hour further to the north and west, just south of Marysville, and even back to the west of, quarter-size hail and a lot of rain. There's a lot of lightning with these thunderstorms. So this is going to, again, be moving into the Columbus Metro here right now. So this is a time when you want to be inside, away from windows, and just in a safe place as we're tracking this thunderstorm moving through, because it does have that potential for hail. And even there have been some situations with some of these thunderstorms getting some of those winds gusting up to near 60 miles per hour. So that's what we're watching here right now. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include pretty much the entire Columbus Metro, the entire 270 loop that we're watching right now with that current thunderstorm here. And I'm going to go ahead and switch this over just to look at our hail product here, just so we can kind of see where some of that hail is showing up right now. And for the moment, it's basically right over Plain City. So if you're in Plain City, especially just maybe a couple miles north of Plain City, likely getting some hail. This is a strong indication that we're getting at least a quarter size to maybe ping pong ball size hail. And if we continue that out, drawing that towards the east, again, this storm moving at a pretty good clip towards the south and east at anywhere from 50 to 55 miles per hour. So if we draw a track on that storm, just on that hail core itself, moving it through the North Metro here, again, moving pretty quickly off towards the south and east. That's putting it in Dublin here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I would say probably the next 5 minutes or so. And could impact parts of the Ohio State University campus, Worthington around 10:23, and getting closer to Blendon Township around 10:30, and even around Gahanna by about 10:36. So we are tracking that potential for some hail with this thunderstorm right now, as again, it is impacting the North Metro, at least the northwest side. It is starting to move into Franklin County here, and you can see there's a new update showing the current where that storm really is, and it is basically right over Dublin now. This is a little bit better picture of where we're seeing the heavy rainfall, and where you see that pink right now, that's a strong indication for some hail. And I believe we actually have one of our ODOT cameras in that area taking a look. This is looking at US 33, I believe, close to the Dublin area right now. And you can see there is definitely a lot of heavy rainfall. Hard to really see. There might be some small hail hitting the pavement. Actually looks like there might be some little small hail pellets kind of pinging there on the pavement. But definitely, a concerning situation as we're watching that storm building into the northwest side of the Columbus Metro with that severe thunderstorm warning. And we also have meteorologist Mike Joyce here, and we've been tracking these storms, for a while this evening. And do you have any information on that warning specifically?
Yeah, so we are really looking at another very, very powerful hail core just over Dublin right now. So again, this is the same area that has had the hail reports from just about 2 hours ago. So again, the same area, 161 Dublin to Worthington, 270 from Dublin to Worthington to Westerville, and this hail core is quite powerful. It's almost like deja vu from 2 hours ago. We're looking at the potential for hail that is greater than 1 inch in diameter, possibly ping pong or golf ball size hail for our northern portions of the viewing area. And as Aaron is putting this on the map right now, this really tells us the current hail size. When we get these dark blues, that really tells me that we could be looking at golf ball size hail, at least in a very small confined area. And that's the same road that we were talking about just 2 hours ago. That's 161, so that's going to be impacting Dublin right now, but it's also going to be tracking through Linworth right now or very, very soon, and then right over Worthington. Again, these are spots that have already had large hail confirmed just a couple hours ago. And I was chatting with some folks in Worthington. We've already confirmed 1.25 inch hail there, and this looks to be happening right now in Dublin, right where 33 and the 270 curve come together. That does stretch up toward the Columbus Zoo as well, so that's out in Powell. And it is also going to be impacting anywhere along the county line. So High Banks Metro Park, Polaris, again, where we've had some power outages, we're looking at round number 2. So if you're in Worthington, you need to be away from your windows there. Dublin, it's happening to you right now. And then Westerville and Blendon Township, Genoa Township, Big Walnut area, New Albany. It could be round 3 for New Albany and places like that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. I mean, looking at the kind of the path here, this is over the last 30 minutes that we've been watching this storm building in from the north and west and really diving to the south and east. And I do believe, based on this, looking at it now, this is going to be really impacting areas near and just north of downtown. So I know this severe thunderstorm warning does include parts of the South Metro, but at least based on this, there might be some gusty winds, but at least the potential for hail definitely looks like it's going to be confined to areas around Dublin. Maybe getting some small hail around Hilliard, especially on the northern side, and definitely Worthington, Blendon Township, Westerville, potential for some hail, Gahanna as well, and even towards John Glenn International could actually see some part of that storm building through here in the next half an hour, because we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:30 for a good portion of central and northern Franklin County for that potential for hail up to about the size of ping pong balls. And so quarter size to ping pong balls. So that's enough to do some damage, minor damage to vehicles. Definitely a concern with that. So, you know, this is a situation just like we saw earlier this evening, Mike, that we had some of these storms producing that hail across central Ohio.
Absolutely, and I would like to show a hail report that we got from Worthington just a bit earlier. This is from Jack Pirro in Worthington, who confirmed that we did have an inch and a quarter hail in Worthington. So this is just north of 161 and just east of High Street there. So there's that inch and a quarter. And this is what is looking to be happening again. So this is why I want to show this to all the folks out there, because we have proof of this happening. And when we get our round 2, this could be spreading out even farther. So this hail core seems to be a little bit larger. Like Aaron said, it could be impacting places as far south as downtown. So that's a lot of folks at Ohio State. We have many students that have returned from spring break and getting ready for classes to return tomorrow. So this is going to be a rather impactful late night for folks on campus. So that's just north of campus there. So this is on top of Worthington again. So that quarter-inch hail that Jack sent us from 2 hours ago is now potentially happening again. So that is a serious situation right along 270, right along State Route 161, Dublin Granville Road, from about the Sawmill Road area. So that's here, and then that stretches towards High Street right here through the center of Worthington. Right here, that's the Crossroads Shopping Plaza where the Marcus Crosswoods Theater is. And this is just south of the Franklin County line. So this is going to be mostly on the Franklin County side of things. This is going to be Clintonville right here. So from like Graceland down to just north of the OSU campus. So this looks to be just a tinge north of campus. But again, just because the radar shows this doesn't mean we can't have something that's just outside the boundaries in real life. So this is a serious situation. We could be looking at hail, again, like we saw from Jack's photo there. This could be, again, ping pong to golf ball size hail.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason why we showed that photo, just to give you a perspective of what these storms can produce, because we saw that with earlier storms, we're seeing that with storms now, and getting some photos sent in to us. This is from one of our managers here at 10 TV, showing at least some I would say pea to marble size hail in Upper Arlington. So that's extending, you know, pretty far south where, you're getting some hail away from that area of pink. So.
Right. Absolutely, and that's what I was a little concerned about, because the radar scan is several thousand feet in the air, so that can displace what we see here on our TV radar to what we actually see happening at the ground level. So yeah, that's Upper Arlington right here. So the city of Upper Arlington runs along US 33 here and stretches back just to the west of High Street here, which is US 23. So wow, that's about to make another direct impact. Again, northern Upper Arlington. That's going to be Henderson, Bethel Road, 161, downtown Worthington again, and most of Clintonville. I would not be surprised if we had a lot of folks there in Clintonville getting impacted by this. Okay, we've got I-270 at Sawmill here that we're going to show you. Wow. Yep. It certainly looks like we've got probably some accumulating hail there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there kind of has that whitish tint on the camera there, and everyone has their flashers on, of course, understandably so, with torrential rainfall coming down and likely some hail. I know, of course, it's hard to see, but I feel like because we're seeing that coloring in the camera, that whitish coloring there, that there's probably at least some hail on the ground.
Yes, absolutely. And not only does this cause issues for driving in it, but if you get accumulating hail on the ground, now you're talking about potentially slippery conditions on top of hydroplaning, on top of reduced visibility. So this is a serious situation along 270. Again, that's going to be Sawmill Road, which is about there. And then that's all the way to where 315 and 270 come together in Worthington. And there's a new radar scan, so it's right on top of downtown Worthington right now. Again, an area that was just impacted 2 hours ago by the same type of hail threat that we just saw, that 1.25 inch measurement there. Worthington, Galena, so that's up toward Wilson Bridge Road, and then that will continue north into Delaware County, and then you've got it along I-71. So the Budweiser plant is where this is impacting, stretching all the way down. That's about Morse Road, exit 116 there, and then into Minerva Park, the community there. So if you're heading east, that's going to run you into Blendon Township and Westerville. So if you're in Westerville, what you saw 2 hours ago could certainly be happening again. This is a large population of people here that'll be essentially double impacted. Now, if you're in Linworth, it's getting a little better, but again, because we're still dealing with the potential for this large hail, I wouldn't let your guard down for the night just yet. For right now, yes, but our main focus is right here in Worthington. So High Street there, 161, stretching back to I-71, so that's the Dublin Granville exit there. Budweiser plant is where it's on top of, and then 270 stretching back to Route 3 here in Westerville. That is going to be impacted within the next couple of minutes as well. So Aaron, this is like I said, a lot of folks, a lot of hail, and we've already pretty much verified that we've had 1.25 inches here in town tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and this is going to be definitely a concern, especially for Worthington and areas in the North Metro where we've already had that hail. But getting some other reports, I mentioned that one in Upper Arlington about, I would say, around marble size, so maybe about dime to nickel size hail. And just got a report from meteorologist Michael Behrens in Hilliard saying about the same, about 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch, so about nickel size hail. And that's a little bit away from that main hail core as it was tracking just to the north of Hilliard, but that really the strongest part of it now centered right over Worthington. Yes,
and these storms are moving very fast. We're looking at forward speeds at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So while Worthington's getting the brunt of the impact right now, Westerville, you're just a few minutes away. Okay, so we have the intersection of 315 and 161. This is in Worthington. This is right near Thomas Worthington High School. This is near Olentangy River Road, and we have accumulated hail on 161 there, the bridge. Wow, that's wild. It's not something you see around here very often, and you do see people taking shelter under the bridge. I want to note that the folks there are actually blocking the right lane, which is not something we recommend doing. I understand that this is a serious situation, but in a more crowded, a crowded rush hour type situation, this can create bottlenecks. So if you're going to be pulling over, hopefully you're doing so in the shoulder. That said, the accumulating hail really does show the picture here of what is being impacted here in Worthington. Lots of lightning, making the roads treacherous. This is going to be slick. I would, if there's any way to avoid going out right now on the north outer belt region, this is all heading towards Westerville. So if you're in Westerville right now, this is what you could be looking at near Route 3. You could be looking at near the southern fringe of Westerville. We're talking about the southern border near Dempsey Road, all the way up toward the county line. So County Line Road right there as well. And look at this, out to the west, another storm. So this is could be round 3 for our northern suburbs, and this one could even stretch farther south. And then we've got this storm back here too. So this is a situation that won't be letting up anytime soon. Especially what's going on right now. And we saw that right there in Worthington at 315 and 161. We saw what that's going to do as it moves into Westerville. So uptown Westerville, Route 3 stretching into Blendon Township, maybe even the southern fringe of Genoa Township here in Delaware County. So that's going to be like Westerville Central High School, Westerville North High School. In that region, and the shopping plaza where the Kroger is on the north side of Westerville, that could even impact you there too. So a lot to take in mind right now. And if you're in New Albany, that would be round 3 for New Albany, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, multiple rounds here tonight with all these thunderstorms rolling through. And as you mentioned, Mike, I mean, we're tracking still more thunderstorms, and these eventually are going to be impacting areas that haven't seen any storm activity. So really, I feel like everything today has been north of I-70. So Circleville, Lancaster, Logan, McConnellsville, Washington Courthouse, Chillicothe. We haven't had much happening, but eventually these storms, if we zoom things out here, you can see that all that activity is stretching back into Indiana. We are going to see storms rolling across central and southern Ohio all the way through at least the next couple of hours. Now, since we've gone, at least a few hours past sunset, the storms are going to start to gradually weaken, especially as we get closer to the midnight hour. I do not anticipate there being a lot of severe weather after midnight because the storms are going to really start to weaken and fall apart, and then we're just kind of talking about more rain and just really some heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds. But for right now, at least the focus is going to be on, I would say, at least these 4 storms. We have that one on the far east side of central Ohio. This is impacting areas around Coshocton, northwest of Cambridge. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for that potential for winds gusting up to 50 to 55 miles per hour, and also some quarter-size hail. Really, any severe thunderstorm warning, if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, all the threats are pretty much the same. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail, especially where we're seeing some of those brighter pink cores, especially right now, where we've been talking about here for about the last 20 minutes or so, right there smack dab over Worthington, where we're seeing at least some reports of at least some hail likely around quarter size. Yes,
and this is now crossing I-71, so that's going to be a very treacherous drive. Polaris getting impacted again. A lot of those places in Polaris that are being impacted now just got that hail 2 hours ago, and we have more than 500 power outages according to AEP up in that area, so many customers without power there. Where you see 70... Okay, we're going to get you I-70 and I-270 right where I was pointing. And okay, so we're seeing the same thing that we saw over Dublin Granville Road in Worthington, but we're seeing that a light hail accumulation on the road there. It's hard to judge the size of the hailstones from this far away image, but boy, does it paint a perfect picture of what's going on. Treacherous travel, lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain, and really dangerous conditions. We do see a car that might be pulled over under the bridge that connects 270 and 71. So if you're going 71 north, that's the bridge you take there. But they are pulled over, which is exactly what to do. You don't want to block a lane of traffic. You want to pull over to the shoulder if possible, and then continue to move once the storm has passed. But yes, it looks like we're seeing some hail accumulation there. Thank you so much to our director Kyle for getting that for us, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here. The storm with the strong hail core is now over Westerville, so that's going to be State Route 3 that runs right through Westerville, so uptown Westerville, as far south as Blendon Township. And now New Albany. So if you keep following 161 into New Albany, you're going to see this hail threat there as well. And Aaron's going to put a track on this for us. because the storm is moving east at about 50 miles per hour. And we'll get some times for you here. Granville, you're looking at 1041. This is round 3 for you. Reynoldsburg, this is going to be your first time tonight, but you're looking at about 1028. Buckeye Lake, this is round 2. We had some storms near Buckeye Lake about 5 hours ago. You're going to be impacted around 1049. That's our current track. Hopewell as we push back into Muskingum County. This is round 3 for Muskingum County. This time it includes Zanesville as well. So Hopewell at 1106. Zanesville, you're looking at about 1116. And then Brush Creek from there at 1121. So while that may seem to be an hour away for some of those farther away times, it doesn't take long. You kind of lose track of time quickly sometimes. So just be prepared for this. Staying away from windows is so very important. And we can also talk about some of the more specific locations that we're going to be seeing some of these hailstorms coming as well, especially these major impacts that have been an issue for us this evening. So, but yes, these severe thunderstorm warnings are going to roll with us for quite some time. I believe we have a couple warnings that'll take us through the 11 o'clock hour. So like I was saying, these impacts of staying safe away from windows and keeping multiple layers between you and the outdoors is probably our best bet.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a lot that we're going to be keeping track of here with all these severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to continue to track all these storms as they are moving through central Ohio. If you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, we are going to have continued coverage on 10 TV Plus. You can download 10 TV Plus on your TV and you can watch for free as we are going to be tracking these severe thunderstorm warnings. If we have anything more critical as we go through the next couple of hours, we of course will break into programming here on 10 TV. So if you want to continue with any more severe weather coverage, tune into 10 TV Plus. And thanks for sticking with us here on 10 TV Plus as we continue to track all these severe thunderstorms that are rolling through central Ohio. We have a lot to talk about here because we have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect here. These are including parts of the Columbus Metro right now, including the northeast side of the Columbus area. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that eventually is going to be impacting areas around London. These storms are going to be moving off to the south and east at anywhere from 50 to near 60 miles per hour with these, several severe thunderstorm warnings with what we're tracking here with that potential for quarter-size hail and winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. We have the storms closer to the Columbus Metro. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be moving a little bit further east, getting out of central Ohio. Really eventually going to be moving closer to Pennsylvania. This is impacting areas just north of Cambridge. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Same potential, probably not as much hail with this one. I think this might be more of a wind threat with winds gusting up to 50, maybe as high as 60 miles per hour with that severe thunderstorm now really to the east of Coshocton. Again, we've been talking about this one for the last hour or so. This one is going to be eventually impacting areas around Newark, Johnstown right now. Granville as well. This is going to be central and southern Licking County, Buckeye Lake, Pataskala. We could be talking about anywhere from dime-size hail up to hail the size of quarters to ping pong balls, especially right now around New Albany where we have that brighter pink core. That's an indication that we are seeing that potential for some larger hail in northeastern Franklin County about to cross over there into Licking County.
Yeah, so these storms are, like Aaron said, are really moving quickly and have that potential for the strong hail. And, just like earlier this evening, New Albany is the target again for this storm. So anywhere you see the deeper purples and pinks on radar, that indicates that we have very heavy precipitation that could be hail as well. Johnstown, where we had Sean send us that photo of the golf ball size hail from about 5 hours ago. You're still in this severe thunderstorm warning this time. This is going to track along State Route 16. So Granville, you could be in for round number 3 with this storm. And it's still raining quite a bit. So taking Cleveland Avenue, Route 3, all the way up from about downtown to Westerville, it's still raining heavily there. So Gahanna, John Glenn Airport, and just north of Reynoldsburg. It seems like it's lightening up a little bit in Reynoldsburg, but Pataskala now, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is round 3 or 4 even for a couple communities in Licking County that's really been under the gun for severe weather since about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And what I do want to talk about is this other storm that's just off to our west. Again, we've mentioned this a few times if you've been following our coverage this evening. This is near South Vienna, Ohio, which is in Clark County, so it's just to the west of London. And this appears to potentially impact Hilliard, the Georgesville Road area, out near the casino, Prairie Township, Grove City, the Hilltop, and points off to the east of there, German Village. This storm is moving rather quickly, so let's put a track on it for you. And it will be continuing to head off to the east at about 50 miles per hour, as most of our storms have this evening. So getting some times on it for you as our computer catches up with that. So these are some good estimates here. If you're out in West Jeff, that's going to be at about 10:46, so that's 14 minutes from now. London, you're going to be seeing this here in about 5 minutes, so that makes sense. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of lightning. Maybe it's quite windy there. Hilliard, we're looking at about 10:52. Downtown, about 11:04. So that would line up with, again, Hilltop, Grove City, down near Georgesville. Groveport, you're looking at about 11:13. Bexley, 11:07. Pickerington, 11:21. And Kirkersville, that's out in Licking County, at 11:30. So we're going to be following this, again, impacting the Columbus metro area over the course of the next hour. It's 10:30 now. We're projecting out about an hour. So again, this is going to continue to be impactful. I do want to zoom out. We do have some more storms off to the west. The good news is these western storms that are even west of Dayton don't seem to be as strong. Yes, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in the orange boxes back in Indiana. Those seem to be trending toward Cincinnati, maybe Middletown. We'll have to watch out for Wilmington and Washington Courthouse. But this batch might be running into some air that's already used up a lot of energy. We're still going to watch them, but my hope is that these start to diminish and become more of a heavy shower rather than a hail or a severe wind threat. But we still do have 2 storms to watch that do have that threat, and the one that's going to be impacting Franklin County and a good deal of our population is this one here that's about to cross into Madison County, and that is going to run all the way until, I believe that one's going to be running until 11:15. Yes, that warning is until 11:15 for quarter-sized hail. And like we've been saying all evening long, these severe thunderstorm threats have primarily been hail, but over the last hour, we've really seen a wind threat develop with some of these, meaning that we could see gusts greater than 60 miles per hour, which is what we consider to be severe. And this storm does appear that could be the case. A lot of lightning out of this. And now Madison County will be impacted with this storm. So if you're in London, West Jefferson, anywhere along I-70 or US 40, this should stay south of Plain City. So if you're in Plain City, I do believe this is going to stay south of you. But Hilliard Rome Road area and Lincoln Village out toward the western fringe of Columbus. So the Georgesville Road area, portion of Columbus, Prairie Township, Hilltop, Grove City, that's going to be heading toward you. So this does have the potential for hail, at least the size of a quarter. And we've seen reports this evening of some hailstones that have been greater than a quarter-inch. And I want to show you guys a couple of those photos that viewers have shared with us this evening across central Ohio. The first is going to come to us from about 5 hours ago. If you've been following us, you've seen this video, this picture already, but if you've just joined us, Sean out in Johnstown sent us this hailstone that if you think about the size of his 2 fingers, that's about, an 1.25 inches, inch and a half. So this would be golf ball size hail. This is the first round that Johnstown saw. Now Johnstown is still looking at the threat for some heavy rain as we go through the evening. And another location here in town that's seen a couple rounds of severe weather up in Worthington. This is Jack Pirro sending this in with an official measurement, about 1.25 inches with the ruler here. This is the correct way to measure hailstones. Put the edge on one edge of the ruler and see how far out it extends. And we're looking clearly at about 1.25 inches there. So thank you, Sean, and thank you, Jack, for sending those in to us. That helps verify what we're seeing on radar. It's so important here in the 10 TV Weather Impact Studio for the National Weather Service, for all the meteorologists that work and do the work behind the scenes with the radar. When you get that ground truth like we just had, it really helps us track the future of these storms. So, of course, it's always good to do so safely. We don't want you to send you out in the hail, but once the storm has safely passed and you can go out and grab a hailstone and measure it, that is the perfect thing to do. And I am really concerned about this one. This one really looks to be ramping up the hail threat. I-70 is going to be a tough drive right now. Yeah,
definitely. Man, that's right over, London, right over I-70. Especially, I feel like right over I-70 is kind of probably the worst part of it. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this back to one of our hail products. And there you go. I mean, it literally is right over Interstate 70 with the strongest part of that hail core. So this is going to be moving into parts of, moving into parts of the London area. West Jefferson, if this continues on its same track, and this is at least saying quarter-size hail. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe get at least a few hailstones, possibly a little bit larger than that, based on what we're seeing here right now. So, of course, not surprised to see that there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that. And moving to the south and east, all of these storms are moving it to the south and east at a really fast clip at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So, looking at that storm, zooming things out here, if we're going to go ahead and put a track on this thunderstorm. So right in there, moving to the south and east, again, at about 50 miles per hour. So that's going to be taking it to Prairie Township around 10:54. It's literally over London right now. West Jefferson, 10:47. Lincoln Village, 10:56. Areas around Groveport, 11:12. So we are getting past 11 o'clock this evening with some of these thunderstorms. Pickering 10, 11:20, 11:30 for Baltimore, 11:32 for Lancaster as well. So yeah, a lot going on here tonight, Mike.
Absolutely, and we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Perry County and northwestern Morgan County. So you might have seen that pop up on the right side of your screen there. This is going to run until 11:15 this evening. This is for that storm that's in Licking County right now. So our partners down in Charleston, West Virginia, the Weather Service there, they cover Perry and Morgan County, and they have told us that they expect the Licking County storm to move into Perry County. So that's going to be places like New Lexington, Somerset, the Perry State Forest, Crooksville, Thornville, and Glenford. Again, that's mostly in Perry County, which I'll point out here on the map. That's right here. So that's going to include the southern fringe of Licking County. Also, this hail core, this is the northern portion of Fairfield County. So it looks like it's splitting right between the county line, Buckeye Lake right there. You're going to see a lot of lightning and heavy rain, but maybe some wind out of this in the Buckeye Lake area. But again, that hail core right here, that's northern Fairfield County, and that's going to run right into northern Perry County. That's US Route 22. It runs just north of New Lexington. So that does include the city of New Lexington. So if you're there, I would certainly have a safe spot away from windows. in these hail situations, it doesn't hurt to have as many roofs and walls between you and the outside. This is not going to be a tornado threat, but in any severe weather case, it's always a good idea to practice safety and have as many barriers between you and the severe weather as possible, because I do expect with these hail type situations that cars and even roofs can sustain some minor damage. And by minor damage, I mean it's not going to destroy them, but it's going to be inconvenient and certainly dangerous for us to be outside unprotected. So being outside is not the place to be during this storm. We've shown you some hail pictures from some viewers. We do appreciate those, but I also just want to ask you to please wait until the hail threat is over, once the large hailstones have stopped falling, to go out and do it. I do not want to put anyone in danger to get those storm reports for us. So again, that's going to be Perry County from New Lexington to points north until 11:15. And then we are concerned about this storm over London across a good sizable portion of Madison County that's going to move into a very, very populated area from West Jefferson to Hilliard to, again, Georgesville area, out toward Broad Street, Lincoln Village, near the casino, Grove City. This is the Hilltop area, and even down toward Harrisburg along the Franklin and Pickaway County line. These are all areas that could be dealing with this significant hail threat. And that could even be south side of Columbus, places like German Village, South High Street, stretching down toward Obetz and Groveport. And we may see that warning extended to the south east from there, just because if this hail core holds, this is going to be a serious situation. And Aaron, we've seen a lot of reports that verified it. We've seen a lot on radar as well.
Yeah, and I want to actually take a look at some of these storm reports, because I mean we've had a lot happening just since what was it 5 p.m. that we started seeing these storms popping up.
Yes.
Yeah, and so here's a look at. Let me zoom things out here. So this is a look at all of our storm reports that we've had just in the last 24 hours. All this really happening today, and you can kind of see that everything has really been near and north of Interstate 70. And now we're going to be starting to see that transition to seeing some of those storms passing to the south of I-70 as we get later on into, really the next couple of hours before hopefully the severe weather threat is over by midnight and we can have a little bit of a quieter night.
That's what we hope. And one thing that's going to be a shock for many of us, maybe you haven't been outside in the last couple of hours. Hopefully that's true, because this is not weather to be outside in, but by tomorrow morning when you're heading to work and school, I do anticipate that we're going to be shocked by the fact that it'll be about 35 degrees. We're already at 46. That's not an error. You can see that on the bottom of your screen just below me. But these are all thunderstorms that are happening in cold air. The cold front has already passed, and it's a very unique type of severe weather situation. We had a hot summer-like day in late March, reaching a record of 86 degrees. Then the front passed, and then we got the severe weather. A lot of that energy was then transferred into the mid-levels of the atmosphere, and that's why this is mostly a hail threat. The cloud bases are really high. It's not a tornado threat, but we're seeing a lot of the thunderstorm activity happen below the freezing level in the atmosphere. So that's why we have so much hail. It's just so easy for those giant ice balls to form when a lot of the weather is happening at the freezing or below the freezing level. And then gravity takes over and it hits the ground. And this is a situation that's been unfolding throughout the evening. And as Aaron has put on your screen here, we're seeing some very strong hail signatures just north of London. So that's US 42 here in Madison County. These darker blues indicate hail greater than 1 inch, so greater than a quarter. Maybe we're looking at the potential for ping pong ball size hail with this one. That's right along I-70, right along US 40 that runs parallel. Here's State Route 38, so the London exit there in Madison County. That is going to be where that is right now. And if you're in West Jefferson, you're not far. You've got a couple minutes before that hail core is on top of you. And then it's going to cross right over into Franklin County, so the Scioto Darby Metro Park area. And then it's going to run into, Darby Creek Metro Park, and then Lincoln Village, and then Grove City. So if you're between Grove City, Lincoln Village, and Hilliard, and then points to the east. So South High Street, downtown Columbus, even Harrisburg, we're going to have to watch out. And Aaron did just put the hail history on. This storm has a very strong history, and it even looks like it's strengthened here a little bit in that last radar scan. So these are some spots that we are looking for this greater than an inch ping pong ball size hail possibility. So West Jeff, you're about less than 10 minutes. The Darby Metro Park area, that's right here. That should be right at 11 o'clock. Bolton Field, so the airport there at Bolton Field, we're looking at about 11:07. So if you're Georgesville area near Frank Road, that's going to be around the same time, maybe 11:07 to 11:10. South High Street area, you're probably going to be at about 11:15 to 11:20. That's true of Grove City. Obetz, Groveport, about 11:26 to 11:35. And then the village of Bryce, just to the west of Pickerington there, you're at about 11:39. So this is a very powerful hail core that is right north of London. It's right along I-70 right now. So again, Hilliard-Rome Road, you need to be very aware of this. You've got a couple minutes if you haven't protected your car yet, but I would go now and get inside as quick as you can, because this is going to be crossing into Franklin County very, very soon. This is one of the stronger hail cores we've seen this evening. It looks very similar to me to the storm that we've had roll through Dublin and Worthington a couple times. Same with New Albany and Westerville. So if you've seen what we saw there, this is what you could expect south of I-70 now, the south side of Columbus. And then this storm out here in Licking County, so Newark. Now, Newark and Heath are getting the hail core. I believe Newark and Heath missed the last two, but now this one's on top of you there. And that's why the Weather Service in Charleston, West Virginia has extended this warning into Perry County. Our partners out in Pittsburgh at the Weather Service there have extended it into Muskingum County. So again, Muskingum County, another round for you, now including the city of Zanesville and the city of New Lexington there in Perry County. So Aaron, these storms are, they're going, but I'm not sure, from what I see on radar, I should say, I'm fairly certain that the storms off to the west of the one that's about to impact Franklin County seem to be a little weaker.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we don't have any warnings on those storms, stretching back towards Dayton and all the way down into parts of Indiana. There are some warnings down there, so those would be more impacting the Cincinnati area. But it does seem like there's a lot of weakening, likely because they're kind of following these more intense storms and there's not as much energy to work with, which is a good thing. And hopefully that means once these two storms pass through, that we won't have any more severe weather to deal with. But for at least right now, Newark, Lancaster to Zanesville, Cambridge, where we have those severe thunderstorm warnings, and of course, areas now east of London, and really areas impacting the southwest metro of Columbus. And really, actually, this is probably going to be moving in towards downtown Columbus, down to over towards Lincoln Village, Grove City, all of the South Metro likely going to have an impact on this with potential for some hail. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get some winds gusting over 50 miles per hour with that line, because it kind of has that structure to it, if you will, for some wind.
Yeah, and I actually just got a report from my own house. I live close to Grove City, that the thunder is so loud that it's shaking things. And I know a lot of folks in the area are probably hearing that as well. But if you're in West Jefferson, not only are you getting that 50 mile per hour wind potential like Aaron just mentioned, but you're also getting that hail right on top of West Jefferson that's about to cross the Big Darby Creek heading into Franklin County. So Lincoln Village, Hilliard-Rome Road, south side of Hilliard, Grove City, even maybe Harrisburg if it dives a little bit south. You're in the warning, Harrisburg, so I should hope that all folks there are in their shelter away from windows. Again, getting as many ceilings and roofs and walls between you and the outside. That's always a good idea, even though this is not a tornado situation. So Harrisburg Pike is right here. So if you're along Harrisburg Pike, you should be taking shelter. South High Street, hopefully you're taking shelter there as well. Even into Groveport and Canal Winchester, Lithopolis, you're not in the warning yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if you are put in the warning very soon, because this storm is moving very, very quickly. So where we're already starting to feel the wind, I wouldn't be surprised if the wind is maybe a little ahead of the precipitation here. So it's probably getting quite windy for Lincoln Village and Grove City. Even the Hilltop area, so that's West Broad Street bordered down toward Frank Road. and down toward Alkir Road there. So the wind signature is not terribly impressive. I'm not concerned that these reds and greens together are tornadoes. They're not. That's just not the dynamics we have right now. But we are going to have some gusty wind regardless. Still, it looks that the large hail is the main threat right now. So anywhere south in southern Franklin County, and this even includes downtown Columbus too. So right here is downtown Columbus, bounded by 670 and I-70, and even the OSU campus could be hit with another round of hail. That storm that hit Dublin and Worthington also had some hail near Clintonville. Now I think it's just south of OSU could be where this develops. So we're seeing this. Okay, so we have I-70 and State Route 29 for you here. Thank you, Kyle, for that. This is out in Madison County. So we can see that familiar truck stop there. A lot of lightning. We're seeing a lot of heavy rain as well. A very treacherous drive along I-70 there. Both directions. So I'm not seeing any hail on the ground, but certainly a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning out there. So hopefully the folks in Madison County are in a safe spot as this storm does transition into Franklin County, where we have a lot of folks living from about Hilliard to Grove City that are going to be impacted by this storm. So,
yeah.
And Aaron, what were you seeing on radar there?
Yeah, so it looks like there's kind of some winds kind of pushing in behind the storm, kind of pushing it out to give it more of that surge of some winds gusting up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. It does look like it really has now crossed from Madison County into Franklin County. We can see that there is still at least a little bit, still on the far eastern part of Madison County, but most of the storm, at least where we would have those stronger winds gusting, are going to be in Franklin County now. And then any potential hail, anywhere you see that pink, significant rain, torrential rainfall coming down, and then that potential for at least some small hail, if not hail up to quarter size, now crossing into western Franklin County. So this is going to be Lincoln Village down to Grove City, possibly as far north as Hilliard. Most of it looks like it's going to stay south of Hilliard. Lincoln Village for sure, Grove City, and then potentially all the way over towards Groveport if this does hold together. And I don't see an indication that it will fall apart. No, it does not look to be falling apart. So again, Grove City, Harrisburg Pike, South High Street, Obetz, toward Groveport. This storm has really held together. We've been tracking this all the way from Indiana, and it has produced a lot of hail reports from there to here. So without any real weakening, this is entering a part of town that hasn't even seen their first round of severe weather. Most of this has been north of I-70. So yeah, your Dublins, Worthington, Westerville has seen a couple of rounds, but Grove City hasn't, Lincoln Village hasn't. So there's some untapped energy as this still moves off to the east. Temperatures still quite chilly at 45 degrees. Not a very common severe weather setup for us here in Ohio, but this is a classic hail setup, which is exactly what is going on. And Aaron alluded to some potentially some wind pushing the storm as it moves off to the east a little bit from its backside. So we're going to see a bit of a wind threat, maybe a 50-mile-per-hour gust if you're in Grove City or the Hilltop. And the hail is really concerning. And there it is. There's that wind flow behind the storm that could be producing and amplifying that threat for some isolated damaging wind with this storm. So Grove City, it's basically there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already very windy in the Hilltop in Grove City, but the hail core just behind it, right along the county line. It is solidly in Franklin County now. So Madison County, it does appear that your threat is basically over. That includes London, and all this rain off to the west does not appear to be a part of a severe thunderstorm right now. So we are certainly most concerned about the storm here in western Franklin County, and this looks like it's going to impact pretty much everywhere south of I-70, including downtown, including I-70, Grandview and Upper Arlington. It looks like it will impact you. The Ohio State campus, it looks like it will impact you. And then this storm off to the east as well, now leaving Newark and Heath. So if you're in any of those communities, you should be in the clear of the hail threat. You're still seeing some heavy rain and lightning, but this is now moving into northern Muskingum County again. So Frazeysburg, Dresden,
Again, this is another round for you. It's almost been 6 hours of severe weather if you're in northern Muskingum County. And we've got another round for you right here. Zanesville going to be impacted by this storm. You've missed out on the last couple, but now it's Zanesville's turn. And it's going to be there at about 11:01 according to our track. Crooksville 11:08, New Concord 11:17. So that's right along the Guernsey-Muskingum County line. Buffalo at 11:30, Caldwell, that's down in Noble County. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning as well if you're watching us from Noble County, and Millwood and Barnesville approaching midnight. So we do have some communities that could still be dealing with severe weather closer to midnight, which in March is not all that common. You know, a week ago we were dealing with some strong thunderstorms overnight. This severe weather setup does seem to be ending before a week ago, but we are still tracking some strong storms, especially in southeastern Ohio, Hocking Hills region. You're going to be dealing with this a little bit later, but as these strong thunderstorms move through the Columbus metro, I am hopeful that this heavy rain, thunder, and lightning off to the west runs into some tapped out air, or it's air that's already used up some of its energy. So I'm hoping that this is the last storm that will be a major problem for the Columbus metro. I will watch this. We'll watch this one here that's out near Fairborn and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base right now. But this one is the major impact right now and really moving into a very populated area. So again, Grove City, it's on top of you right now. Hilltop, it's basically there. Georgesville Road, that's the curve and 270 there. It's on top of you. US 62, so that's Broadway and Grove City. That's Harrisburg Pike just to the north. That connects with Mound Street there. Okay, we've got a great camera view at Hilliard, Rome, and I-70. Yes, this is exactly where a major impact would be. You can see traffic moving very, very slowly there, and this is already a tough area to navigate due to construction. So you're looking at some very heavy rain and hail too.
There might be some hail on the ground. It kind of has that. I feel like it has almost that coloring that there could be like
yeah.
It almost looks lighter, so that there might be some hail covering the ground, at least a little bit. And probably why they have their flashers on, at least some of the semis up ahead there.
Yeah, which is great. We're seeing folks do the right thing, take their time. With hail on the ground, it's basically like sleet and snow to some extent. You know, we had some pretty impressive images from Worthington and Westerville earlier today, and now we're seeing it out in the Hilliard area. This is a really busy intersection. I mean, at 11 o'clock on Sunday night, it isn't as much, but we have a lot of truck traffic still going through. That coupled with the construction, hopefully any workers that are out there have taken shelter. But yeah, Aaron, I agree with you. It kind of looks like we might have some hail accumulation.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the storm in a little bit more detail, you can kind of see that there is that hail that we're seeing again near Hilliard Rome Road on I-70, and then some of that pink really focused in a bit further to the south here now, going to be moving into Grove City here in the next 5 minutes, if not happening right now. Of course, Harrisburg, and then this is all still building to the south and east, and likely we're getting to the point where this is kind of getting towards the end of that severe thunderstorm warning. So the National Weather Service will likely, here in the next 5 minutes or so, issue another severe thunderstorm warning, because we're not really seeing any strong indication that the storm is weakening by any means. And hopefully we do start to see at least some trend in the next hour or so, once we get closer to midnight, that the storm will start to fall apart. And I believe in some aspects, the northern extent of that storm is starting to weaken, but still seeing that strong signature of some hail and likely some winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour. So still a lot going on here, Mike.
Absolutely. And there's another live look out in the Hilliard Rome Road area of Columbus. So that's a pretty well-known shopping and retail region, a major intersection currently under construction. So hopefully those workers have taken shelter, and trucks are moving pretty slow. That indicates that they're running into very heavy rain and even some hail, which not only can be damaging to the vehicles, but also just hard to drive in. It reduces traction. And it's good to see that folks are taking caution out there. So there is Hilliard Rome Road would be about right here, just north of the I in Lincoln Village. So the heaviest rain is starting to move away, but this is very, very powerful right here. So this is State Route 665. So that's just south of Grove City. So if you're taking 62 south of Grove City, so that's Broadway there, you're running right into the hail core. And our current hail does appear to be just on the south side of Grove City. So I do expect an impact there in Grove City, but it's following State Route 665. So there's an intersection with I-71 there. That's the Harrisburg exit as you cross into Franklin County from Pickaway County. So if you're in Harrisburg, you're probably seeing some hail, certainly along 665 there. And if you're in Grove City, I would not be surprised if that's what you're seeing. And thank you, Aaron, for showing this. This is, I almost want to say, wow. You know, this is not something we see very often here. If you're in Bucyrus, you're at 37. Mansfield, I believe you're there too. Mount Vernon, I wouldn't be surprised if you're in the upper 30s. It's still in the 70s in Jackson. 78 might be on the warm side, but that cold front's coming for you. 46 here in the city. Circleville at 48. Chillicothe 56. Piketon, you're about to lose the heat there because this cold front's pushing through. And all of these thunderstorms are behind the cold front. We are dealing with hail thunderstorms in almost winter-like air after a summer-like day. So again, I almost can't stress enough how rare this setup is. We're at 46 at John Glenn Airport now. We were at 86 this afternoon, and it was a record-breaking day. This was a record-breaking day for temperatures here. This was a summer-like day, and now we're almost back to winter again in just 6 hours. So a really incredible setup here, and it's why this situation is rare, but it's also been quite dangerous for a lot of folks, and that's why, you know, Aaron and I have been on 10 TV Plus with you for almost 6 hours now, on and off. I think we started just before the 5 o'clock hour with some storms there.
Yeah, and it sounds like we might be getting a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. Something's coming off the printer, but you can see, looking at the radar picture here, we're still watching those two same spots. The one storm that is really getting closer to Zanesville now. It does appear like that storm may be weakening in terms of any hail potential. I think there definitely is some wind potential with that storm. Notice how it kind of has this backwards C shape, if you will. It kind of has this bow shape to it. Normally when we see something like that, it's an indication that there's going to be some higher wind potential. So winds gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour within that thunderstorm. Meanwhile, the more, I would say, the stronger one right now that has wind and hail threat is really near and now south of the Columbus Metro, southern Franklin County. And then, you know, this is going to be eventually stretching down to the south, Darbyville, eventually impacting areas close to Circleville, probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes with that storm, because it does look like it is still kind of moving on that southeasterly path.
Absolutely. And, you know, Pickaway County is one of those spots that hasn't really seen much severe weather tonight, but we were concerned that this would start shifting to our southern communities, and that does appear to be what's happening. So yeah, US 23, so if you're taking South High Street from about downtown to the Pickaway County line, if you take 23 all the way down to Circleville, that's how far this strong storm and its concerning attributes really are. So the heaviest hail threat right now appears to be south of Grove City along 665, and there's that new severe thunderstorm warning, Aaron. It looks like they just issued it, and we're not surprised by that at all. In fact, I'll go check to see what the details are from the Weather Service. Yeah,
definitely not surprised to see that. So, I mean, looking at this severe thunderstorm warning, so it's one of the larger severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of including all of Columbus down to Circleville, Lancaster, Logan, and even parts of southern Licking County. This goes until 11:45 for that potential for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail as well. And it sounds like we have another ODOT camera. This is I-70, looking at I-270, I'm sorry, at US 62, looking towards the north. And definitely some, you know, good rainfall out there. Not seeing really as much indication that there's any hail falling at this location. But you can see the ground is wet, of course. There's been, you know, a lot of rain, you know, some good lightning. We've been talking about that a lot here this evening. A lot of lightning with these thunderstorms, and still watching for some areas to see at least some potential for some hail.
Absolutely. And yeah, this is right there in Grove City. It's near the new Sheets that's there in Grove City, and a lot of the retail stores right there between Urban Crest and Grove City. And Yeah, the hail core seems to be just south of that, I believe, if you're looking at the radar here. So if you were to take maybe go a mile south on Broadway there, so there's the center of Grove City near the library. Oh, well, there's our new scan. It's gone.
Yeah.
That's how fast it's moving. Wow.
Yeah, so not surprised that we were kind of seeing the tail end of it there on the camera, just a little bit of rain, and now it's clearing out pretty quick.
Yeah, so Obetz, Lockbourne, South High, even South High, which is right here at US 23, looks to be clearing that as well. So it's already swept through there. But if you're in Groveport, I would be away from windows there. Obetz, Canal Winchester, you've got a minute or two to maybe prepare your vehicle, getting it into a garage or a carport, but I wouldn't take more time than that because, again, it's moving so quickly. And I don't know, Aaron, I kind of see a little bow here. I'm wondering if maybe we've got some wind ahead of it as well.
Yeah, let's switch over to the velocity picture here. I know it's been kind of messy when we've been taking a look at that. So, yeah,
it is messy.
It's still messy. So I still think there's definitely a wind threat with this. It's being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts because, as Mike was mentioning, there is that shape to it, as you can see right in there.
Right. So we call that a bow echo in the meteorology world, and that usually indicates when it has that bow shape that we're getting some wind pushing a lot of wind from the backside of the storm ahead of it, and that typically transfers a lot of wind to the surface where we are. Even though a lot of the thunderstorm dynamics are happening in the mid-levels of the atmosphere right now because it's so cold, there's no energy really at the surface. The energy is well above our heads. But it's a perfect situation for hail, and if you get a storm that just has enough of that bowing shape, you can get it transferred down to the surface and create not only gusty wind, but then you're dealing with the hail threat too. So we've got a double whammy here. So it's past Commercial Point now, past Darbyville, Asheville. The wind is probably in Asheville right now. The hail maybe a minute or so behind it. Circleville, you've probably starting to see the wind pick up just a little bit, and then the hail threat for Circleville could be coming in relatively soon. That's true for Lithopolis and Pickerington, so south of I-70. This is Fairfield County, where we just had that warning extended. That's Lancaster. That's into Hocking County. That's all of Pickaway County. So the whole county is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Same with Fairfield County, too, and a good chunk of Hocking County, too. That includes Logan, a good stretch of US 33 from about Canal Winchester down past Logan. So all of these spots are under the gun for this strong storm. So Aaron's going to give us a track on this to see if we can give you some accurate times as to when they will arrive.
And I'm going to have to zoom out. It's moving really quick, so we're kind of too far zoomed in to really get a good picture of that. So this storm is moving to the south and east at 55 miles per hour.
That's very fast, yeah.
So there's a good look at the track there. Getting towards Groveport, 11:07, Circleville, 11:13. I mean, we're talking less than 10 minutes now. Lancaster, 11:26, Good Hope, 11:34, and areas around Logan, 11:44, and Nelsonville after midnight.
Yeah, so that's down in Athens County there. So if you're in Nelsonville or maybe even Athens, Ohio University, you're looking at maybe some impacts after midnight. So a lot of folks going to bed or at least in bed at that hour, so you might get awakened by a very strong thunderstorm. And yes, it's doing what we thought it would, track down to the southeast, and that includes all of our friends in Hocking and Athens County. So Nelsonville's right there, the city of Athens and Ohio University's there. Chillicothe, it looks like you're going to miss this storm, so that's good news for those down in Ross County. But again, Circleville, you're seeing that right now. Lancaster, you're going to be seeing that here in about, I think that was about 15 or 20 minutes according to our track. South side of Columbus, you are getting that right now. Groveport, Obetz, Canal Winchester. Grove City, you're in the clear now. That's true of the Hilltop and Hilliard. This moved through your area very, very quick. So you can breathe a sigh of relief for now. It's looking like you're going to see another round of heavy rain, but right now the severe weather threat appears to be really here with all the deep pinks where we're going to see those hail threats continuing. So Asheville, that's basically right on top of you. Lithopolis and Pickerington, that'll be on top of you shortly. Down towards Clear Creek and Lancaster. So you don't have much time if you're in those communities. So just be away from windows, away from anything glass, and put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Again, not a tornado situation, but it's always good to protect yourself from any sort of severe weather. And we've already seen in many locations like Worthington and Dublin and Westerville and Johnstown, where the hail has been relentless. Just about 45 minutes ago, we saw Dublin-Granville Road just covered in hail, kind of like snow almost, which can be very, very serious. So take this seriously. That's going to be your US 33 and US 22 paths right now. You can see those intersecting on your screen south of Lancaster. So those are some major roads that you're going to see this impact soon. And we also are still tracking this storm out near Zanesville, but some good news on that one. It looks like it's kind of weakened a little bit, which is great news from Muskingum County.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like they're going to extend the warning. They expired the one for Zanesville, so that's good news. I think we're just heavy rainfall, maybe some winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour, but pretty much done with that. But we're still tracking this. This is going to be probably our only storm that we have to be concerned about here for at least the next short while, as we are tracking this thunderstorm move into the south and east at anywhere from, I would say, 50 to 55 miles per hour here, impacting areas now southeast of the Columbus Metro, Circleville, Lancaster, and then eventually heading towards Logan in really about the next hour. It's probably going to be getting closer to Logan just before midnight here. So we are tracking that. We're also watching all the showers and thunderstorms back to the west. This is a lot of activity here. This is impacting London through Dayton, down to Cincinnati, and you'll notice we're not seeing any warnings. There was one warning there within that complex of storms there in Indiana, but it looks like this is our main storm, I think, going to be at least for the next hour or so, and then we'll probably be done with severe weather, I think, by midnight. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for most of the area until around midnight here. So I think that's we're kind of getting to that point where these storms are really losing that energy, and especially this one, as it's kind of transitioning from that hail threat that we were watching to now maybe gusting out. And as these storms tend to gust out, they also start to weaken, and that may be what happens here in the next 30 minutes. It could happen before midnight. It could still happen before 11:30. So we'll have to watch that. But in any case, if you live in Lancaster, Circleville, up to Groveport, Pickerington, down to Logan, this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45. For that potential for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour here, as we are just watching that one thunderstorm. And I still see some indications that we're at least showing some higher reflectivities, that pink that you see there on the radar picture, where we might at least still have some hail, but it's definitely a lot lower than what it was just about an hour ago. We were seeing some indications that there was some blue. That's an indication of quarter to ping pong ball size hail. So if anything, we could be talking about maybe some pea to dime size hail right now from Groveport down through Asheville and just northwest of Circleville. So like I said, we're seeing that change from a hail threat to a gusty wind threat, and eventually the gusty wind threat is over and the severe weather threat is over.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to hear. And as we were looking at some of the data this afternoon, about 3-4 o'clock, it did appear that this was going to be an event that would stick with us for quite some time. With that first round, we had Johnstown with that golf ball size hail before sunset. Those were your typical warm sector storms, and the ones that Aaron and I have been tracking for quite some time. These are these cold side of the cold front storms that have really been producing some impressive hail. But once you start to see those storms gusting out, like Aaron said, they're losing their steam. So while this storm is still very strong from Circleville all the way up toward Canal Winchester, impacting Lancaster and Logan, The heavy rain and even some lightning that's still behind it, so Washington Courthouse back into Greene County, these don't look as bad. I think this is going to be heavy rain. I think it's going to be thunder and lightning. Certainly don't want to be outside during lightning, but I think our wind and hail threat relatively ends with this storm. So we're going to stick with this, and of course we will have a full newscast coming up here at about 11:45 tonight on 10 TV Plus. We'll also have that over on 10 TV. Just to share with you some of the latest. We'll get some reports of the latest weather there, because we do expect that the threat will continue at least for the next half hour to 45 minutes. But as Aaron said, about midnight is hoping to be our cutoff for this. And whoa, that looks pretty impressive.
Yeah, I decided to put all the lightning on. So this is the amount of lightning we've seen in about the last 30 minutes. So just kind of giving you a counter for some of these storms. I mean, we're talking about, more than 200 lightning strikes. So it's, there's a lot of lightning with it, and that's always to be concerned about here with all these thunderstorms, especially some of the more intense ones that we're seeing at least a stronger cell back west of Washington Courthouse, some heavy rainfall. Not severe. Again, our main concern with any severe weather right now is going to be south and east of Columbus, heading directly towards Lancaster. I'd be concerned about 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Down through Circleville, you're probably getting the winds right now, if not already passed in the last 5 minutes. Lancaster, this is on your doorstep, and eventually down towards Logan in the next 30 minutes. So hopefully, Mike, this is the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings for the night, and things will really settle down aside from just more heavy rainfall. Right,
and we're still going to hear rumbles of thunder, have some heavy rain, and see some lightning for a while, but that's what this is starting to turn into. Just the storms that we see, especially off to our west, are almost tapped out of energy, but they have enough upper level energy that we're still seeing some lightning, which is occurring thousands of feet above our heads. But that hail threat with this storm is really going to be our main focus from here. So if you're in Franklin County, you are at least in the clear of any severe weather threat. You're going to hear thunder, you're going to see lightning, and you're going to have some heavy rain still. But the main damaging wind and hail threat that we're most concerned about stretches from Circleville to about Pickerington, and then Lancaster, and then Logan. We'll see if this gets extended into Perry County. We hope it continues to weaken, because we've already seen some storm activity in Perry County. But we'll also be watching out in northern Athens County in spots like Nelsonville, and then the city of Athens for sure, since we have a sizable population there. A lot of university students there down in Athens at OU. So we'll be watching it, but we're really hoping that this starts to show that trend of weakening, and then we'll be turning this into an occasional rumble, occasionally heavy shower, and then in the next few hours it'll be all gone, and we'll be ready for a cold, dry start to Monday morning.
Yeah, which is, not necessarily the cold that we're looking forward to, but at least some drier conditions here as we head into Monday. So again, here's a look at the radar picture right now. We're going to continue with this for about another 3 minutes or so. We're going to wrap up this right around 11:20 this evening. Unless we have any more warnings that are issued, we'll come back on here to 10 TV Plus to continue with this severe weather coverage. But we're going to take a break and regroup before our evening newscast coming up here in just a little bit later on. But here's again a look at the radar picture. You can see this is our one severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm is going to be impacting Logan, Lancaster. It's right over Circleville right now. It's heading down, really down US 23 and US 33, making a beeline to Lancaster. And I wouldn't be surprised that we, wouldn't get some winds gusting at least to 50 miles per hour at the Lancaster airport. We'll probably see that here in about the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And then kind of just watching that whole trend of it falling apart, I think.
Yeah, I certainly hope that's the case. It already seems like it kind of is doing that. It seems like it's trending weaker. Yeah, we still see the pinks here. I do believe that could be some small hail, and maybe even some severe hail up to a quarter size here. That's Canal Winchester that we're seeing that. So that's right along US 33. So yeah, a pretty busy populated area. Well, and I'm glad you put that on there, Aaron, because it doesn't seem like we're seeing those blues, those dark blues that we typically see on the hail tracker. Yeah, we're looking at maybe some pea-sized hail, maybe some penny-sized hail in Pickaway County, but it does look a lot better. So that's some good news there.
Yeah, definitely. So again, I think we're switching from that hail to wind threat, and then eventually if we get enough of that wind kind of gusting that whole storm out, it'll just really, the whole thing will just kind of start to fall apart. And I think we're kind of starting to see that trend. We saw that with the Zanesville storm. It likely gusted out, and really there's not much left of that. There's some heavy rainfall and maybe some winds gusting up to 30 miles per hour. But that'd be about it for Zanesville and Cambridge. But this storm is going to be following, I think, that same suit here, at least over the course of the next 20 to 30 minutes. We'll kind of see that trend. So again, we are going to wrap things up here in just about a minute. We're going to continue to follow the storm, follow the weakening trend. If we have to get any more severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll be watching that here as we continue on through this evening. But I do believe that this is probably going to be our last severe thunderstorm warning.
And that's what we really hope. We want to give folks out there some news to rest easy tonight. Obviously, we still have to track this one. So if you're in Fairfield County, still stay vigilant for a while. But in Franklin County, you can start thinking about bedtime and hopefully getting ready for tomorrow morning. Yeah,
and with the showers and storms, not always a bad thing to go to bed to. Hear a few rumbles of thunder and nothing to worry about again coming into Franklin County. We are done with the severe weather for the Columbus Metro. This is all moving to the south and east. It's going to wrap up. So just want to thank you for joining us here on 10 TV Plus. It's been several hours of severe weather coverage, and we are going to be resting easy here for tonight.